Imagine yourself beneath the gentle sway of pines, where mountain mists curl through valleys like white silk ribbons unfurling across the landscape. It is here, in the year 1584, where your story begins, a story of transformation, wisdom, and the delicate harmony between strength and beauty. When you draw your first breath into this world, you are called Shinmen Benosuke. The name sits on your tiny shoulders like an inheritance, a legacy you cannot yet comprehend. Your birthplace is disputed even now by historians who trace your footsteps. Some say Miyamoto village in Harima province cradled your earliest days, while others point to the rolling hills of Mimasaka. The uncertainty of your origins seems fitting for one who will later become like the wind itself, present everywhere, yet belonging nowhere. The air is sweet with spring blossoms when your mother holds you to her chest for the first time. Her warmth envelops you, though her time with you will be brief. Too brief. Before you can remember her face clearly, she slips away like morning fog, leaving only impressions of gentleness and loss. Your father, Shinmen Munisai, remains, stern-faced and accomplished, a samurai of local renown and master of the jitter, a defensive weapon used to catch and break an opponent's blade. Your father's face is often distant, turned toward horizons you cannot yet see. His hands, calloused from years of training, occasionally rest upon your small shoulders, but rarely linger. In the quiet of evening, you sometimes catch him studying you with an expression that wavers between hope and doubt. You are a small child, with features that do not yet hint at greatness. The seasons turn like pages of a scroll. Summer heat gives way to autumn's crimson maples, then winter's silent snowfall, before the cherry blossoms return again. With each cycle, you grow, watching the world from eyes that already see differently from other children. By your 7th year, the household shifts like the landscape after a spring rain. You move to the home of your uncle Dorinbo, a Buddhist monk who lives at Shoryan Temple. Here, among the quiet rustling of prayer papers and the distant ringing of temple bells, your education truly begins. Your uncle's temple nestles against wooded hills where birdsong wakes you each morning. The wooden floors, polished by generations of feet, gleam softly in the filtered light. Incense hangs in the air, sandalwood and cedar mingling with the earthy scent of ink as your uncle teaches you to form characters with brush and paper. The brush and the sword are not so different, Benosuke, Dorinbo tells you one evening as you struggle with calligraphy. Both require balance. Both demand that you be fully present in each moment. You nod, though you do not yet fully understand. Your mind often wanders to the stories of warriors and battles that you have heard whispered among village men, while other children chase one another through fields of swaying grass. You find yourself drawn to the practice grounds where older boys train with wooden swords. The local children do not always welcome you. Your skin bears marks of a childhood condition, perhaps pockmarks or eczema that makes you different in their eyes. Their whispers follow you like shadows, and sometimes their words cut deeper than any practice sword could reach. Odd little Benosuke, they call, with his strange eyes always watching. And you do watch intently. You observe the stance of village swordsmen, the way weight shifts from foot to foot, the angle of wrists as wooden blades cut through air. While others see only children playing at war, you see patterns, rhythms, possibilities that hover just beyond articulation. At night, beneath a ceiling of wooden beams that crack and whisper with the mountain winds, you practice what you have. seen moving through forms with a stick, while moonlight traces your silhouette against paper screens. Your uncle watches sometimes, silent as the temple statues, his eyes reflecting something between concern and recognition. Your childhood passes like this, caught between two worlds. By day, the practical teachings of reading, writing, and religious instruction. By night, the secret practice of movements that seem to flow from some deep, intuitive well within you. When you are 12, your father returns briefly to assess your progress. His visit coincides with the viewing of autumn maples when the world seems ablaze with color. The temple garden glows with crimson and gold, leaves trembling in the gentle breeze like flames. "Show me what you have learned," he commands. You demonstrate your writing first, careful characters aligned in neat rows. He nods, neither pleased nor displeased. Then, hesitantly, you show him the sword forms you have practiced. In secret, his eyes narrow as you move through a sequence that is neither formal nor traditional, but something uniquely your own. When you finish, the silence stretches between you like a taut bowstring. "Who taught you this?" he finally asks. "No one, father," you answer truthfully. "I watched and learned." Something shifts in his expression then, a subtle change, like sunlight, breaking through cloud cover. He does not smile, that is not his way, but he nods once, decisively. "Tomorrow," he says, "we begin your true training." And so, as autumn deepens toward winter, you begin to learn formally what your body has already intuited. Your father's instruction is rigorous, sometimes harsh. He does not praise easily, but when you execute a movement perfectly, his momentary pause speaks volumes. The wooden practice sword becomes an extension of your arm. Its weight, initially awkward, soon feels as natural as your own heartbeat. You learn to move not just with your arms, but with your entire body, to channel energy from the earth beneath your feet through your center and out through the blade. The sword is not the weapon, your father tells you one evening as dusk settles over the temple gardens. You are the weapon. The sword is merely an expression of your intent. These words sink into you like rainwater into thirsty soil. They will remain with you, germinating slowly over years to come. As winter releases its grip and the first plum blossoms appear, hinting at spring's return, your father departs again, leaving you with a final assessment. You have begun, nothing more. To another child, these words might seem cold, even harsh, but you understand what lies beneath them. The recognition of potential, the acknowledgement of a journey just beginning. In the world of the sword, there is no greater praise than being seen clearly for what you are and what you might become. And so your 13th year approaches, the year that will mark your first step onto the path that will one day be known throughout Japan. But for now, as spring rain taps gently against the temple roof and frogs begin their evening chorus in the garden pond, you are still just Benosuke, a quiet boy with watchful eyes and hands that have begun to learn the language of the sword. The temple bell sounds the evening hour, reverberating through the valley. Your uncle lights the lamps one by one, their gentle glow pushing back the gathering darkness. Soon you will sleep, dreaming perhaps of distant battles or flowing calligraphy, unaware that both will one day be yours to master. For now, there is only this moment, the scent of rain-washed earth, the distant call of a night bird, the steady rhythm of your breath as you sit in quiet meditation before sleep claims you. In this peaceful interval between one day and the next, between childhood and what comes after, you rest, gathering strength for the remarkable journey that awaits. Dawn breaks over eastern hills, painting the sky in brushstrokes of amber and rose. The world awakens slowly, as do you. Now 13 years old and standing at the threshold of a moment that will forever alter your path. This spring morning in 1596 feels different somehow. The air carries the sweet scent of plum blossoms and something else, a tension, a possibility that seems to vibrate in the space between heartbeats. You have risen early to practice your forms in the temple courtyard, wooden sword cutting through morning mist as birds call from nearby pines. Word has spread through the village and surrounding areas of a traveling swordsman, Arima Kihei, who has posted a challenge at the local shrine. He seeks worthy opponents to test his skill and enhance his reputation. A samurai in his prime, Arima boasts of victories across 3 provinces and carries a steel sword that has tasted blood. Villagers speak of him in hushed tones, both admiring and fearful. None have dared to accept his challenge. Who would stand against a proven warrior? Certainly not a mere boy of 13. Yet as you move through your morning practice, something stirs within you, not pride or foolish bravado, but a quiet certainty like still water reflecting clear sky. You finish your forms, bow to the temple gate as you have been taught, and walk toward the village without telling anyone of your intention. The path winds through bamboo groves where light filters through in dappled patterns. Dew still clings to spiderwebs strung between stalks, each droplet containing a tiny world of refracted light. You notice these details with unusual clarity, as though your senses have sharpened with purpose. At the shrine, a small crowd has gathered. Men stand with arms crossed, women whisper behind raised sleeves, children peer from behind their parents' legs. And there, in the center of this human circle, stands Arima Kihei, tall and confident, his hair tied in the warrior's knot, his swords positioned perfectly at his waist. He is demonstrating a technique, his movements precise and elegant. The audience murmurs appreciation. This is a real samurai, not a local farmer who practices swordsmanship between tending fields. His presence commands respect, even awe. You step forward, your wooden practice sword held loosely at your side. The crowd parts slightly, faces turning toward you with expressions ranging from amusement to concern.
A boy challenging a warrior? It seems like the beginning of a cautionary tale. I accept your challenge, you say, your voice steadier than expected. Arima turns, eyebrows rising, as he takes in your small stature, your simple clothes, the wooden
sword that appears too large for your frame. A smile plays at the corners of his mouth, not cruel, but certainly dismissive. Child, he says, go home to your mother. This challenge is for warriors. Something flickers in your chest. Not anger, but a quiet determination that settles into your bones like morning frost. I am Miyamoto Benosuke, you reply, using for the first time the name that acknowledges your birthplace. And I stand as your opponent. The crowd's murmurs grow louder. Someone laughs nervously. An old woman clicks her tongue in disapproval. Arima's expression shifts from amusement to mild irritation. Very well, he sighs. A quick lesson for you, then. Perhaps it will teach you respect. He gestures to a clearing near the shrine steps. You bow formally and move to position. The wooden sword in your hands no longer feels too large. It has become part of you, an extension of your intent. The crowd forms a circle around you both, expectant. Arima draws his sword casually, clearly intending to end this quickly with a demonstration of superior skill rather than harmful force. His stance is textbook perfect, reflecting years of formal training. You stand differently, your posture neither fully aligned with any traditional school nor completely unorthodox. It is something emerging, something that is uniquely yours. Time seems to slow as you regard each other across the small clearing. Birds continue their morning songs in nearby trees, oblivious to human concerns. A gentle breeze carries the scent
of incense from the shrine, mingling with the earthier smells of the gathered villagers. Arima moves first, a textbook advance, swift and confident.
His blade cuts through air where you had been standing a heartbeat before, but you are no longer there. Something instinctive has moved you, not away in retreat, but to the side and then forward in a motion that seems to flow like water finding its natural path. Your wooden sword meets his body before he can recover his position. It is not a mighty blow, you lack the physical strength for that, but it is perfectly placed and timed. Arima stumbles more from surprise than pain, his eyes widening as
he realizes his error. He recovers quickly, his face now serious.
the amusement has vanished, replaced by focused intent. He will not underestimate you again. His next attack comes with full commitment, blade whispering through air, with deadly purpose. Yet somehow you see it before it happens, not with your eyes alone, but with some deeper sense that perceives intention before action. Again, your body moves as though guided by an invisible hand, finding the one perfect position from which to counter. The crowd has fallen silent now, sensing that they are witnessing something extraordinary. Even the birds seem to have hushed their songs. The exchange continues, attack and counter, advance and pivot, conversation conducted in movement rather than words. Arima's technique is flawless, but yours is unpredictable, intuitive, impossible to anticipate. Then comes the moment, a split second of perfect clarity when everything aligns. You see the opening in Arima's defense, so brief that it exists only as potential rather than reality. Your wooden sword finds it unerringly, striking, with precision rather than force. Arima Kihei falls, not dramatically, but definitively. He kneels on the ground, breath coming in surprised gasps, his sword hand temporarily numbed by your strike to a crucial point. Silence blankets the clearing. No one moves. No one speaks. The moment hangs suspended, like a dewdrop clinging to a leaf's edge before gravity claims it. Then Arima does something unexpected. He laughs, a short, sharp sound of genuine surprise and recognition. "Who taught you?" he asks, rising slowly to his feet. "My father showed me forms," you answer honestly, "but mostly I have taught myself." He studies you with new eyes, seeing not the child who first approached him, but something else, a rare talent, raw and unrefined, yet undeniably present. "You will be worth watching, Miyamoto Benosuke," he says, finally, bowing with genuine respect. As you return to the temple that afternoon, the world seems somehow altered. The path is the same stones, the same turns, the same old pine marking the halfway point, yet everything has shifted subtly as though viewed through new eyes. Word of the encounter spreads quickly. By evening, visitors begin arriving. At the temple gate, curious onlookers, local samurai seeking to verify the improbable tale, fathers bringing sons to glimpse the boy who defeated a skilled warrior. Your uncle receives them with practiced calm, neither confirming nor denying the growing legend. But when the last visitor has departed, and you sit together beneath the moonlit cherry tree in the temple garden, he speaks words that will stay with you through all the years to come. "What you did today was extraordinary, Benosuke," he says, quietly. "But remember this. True mastery lies not in victory over others, but in victory over oneself. You consider this, watching moonlight silver the cherry petals that drift like snow to the ground around you. The sword can take life. Uncle continues, his voice gentle as the evening breeze, but the greatest challenge is understanding when it should not. This knowledge comes not from the body, but from the heart and mind. And that night, as sleep claims you, your dreams are not of triumph or acclaim, but of flowing water finding its way around immovable stones, of bamboo bending before the wind only, to rise again, of the perfect arc of a brush stroke that contains both strength and beauty. You are beginning to understand that the path opening before you is not merely about combat or technique, but about a deeper harmony, one that will take a lifetime to fully comprehend. Morning comes again, as it always does, but now you rise with a new awareness, a new purpose. The wooden sword in your hands is no longer just a training tool. It has become a key that has unlocked the first door on a path leading toward a distant horizon. In the cool morning air, with dew still gleaming on grass stems and birdsong filling the temple grounds, you begin your practice anew. Each movement now carries the weight of understanding that you have taken your first step into a larger world, one that will eventually know you not as Benosuke, but as Musashi, a name that will echo through centuries to come. But that fame lies in a future you cannot yet imagine. For now there is only this moment, the gentle resistance of air against your wooden blade, the solid earth beneath your feet, the rhythm of your breath, and the quiet knowledge that something profound has awakened within you like the first cherry blossom opening to spring sunshine. The summer of your 16th year passes like a dream half remembered. Humid days blend into star-filled nights. Cicadas sing their relentless songs from dawn until dusk. And throughout it all, you continue your solitary pursuit of mastery. By now, your reputation has spread beyond the boundaries of your village. You are no longer simply Benosuke, the quiet boy from the temple, but Miyamoto Musashi, a young swordsman whose natural talent provokes both admiration and skepticism. Autumn arrives with its cooling breezes and transforming colors. The maples turn to flame, their leaves catching sunlight like copper coins. But this particular autumn, the autumn of 1600, brings more than seasonal change. It carries whispers of conflict, of armies gathering, of a nation balanced on the edge of transformation. For decades, Japan has known war. The Sengoku period, the age of warring states, has seen daimyo rise and fall, alliances form and fracture, blood spilled across the islands like the red maple leaves now carpeting forest floors. But now, something final approaches. Those with ears to hear sense it. Those with wisdom to understand know it. Two men stand at the center of this gathering storm. Tokugawa Ieyasu and Ishida Mitsunari. With the death of the great unifier Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the delicate balance of power has tilted. Tokugawa, cunning and patient, maneuvers in the east. Ishida, loyal to Hideyoshi's young heir, gathers supporters in the west. Between them lies the future of Japan. You hear these names and events discussed by travelers who stop at the temple, by merchants passing through the village, by samurai who occasionally seek your uncle's counsel. Their words paint images in your mind of grand armies, of political intrigue, of honor and betrayal playing out on a scale you have yet to witness. It will be decided soon. An old ronin tells your uncle one evening, as you serve tea, trying to appear invisible while absorbing every word. Ishida gathers the western lords at Ogaki Castle. Tokugawa marches from Edo. They will meet, and Japan's fate will turn on their encounter. That night, as autumn rain taps against the temple roof, you lie awake, staring into darkness. Something pulls at you, a restlessness, a yearning to see beyond the boundaries of all you have known. The local victories, the growing recognition of your skill, suddenly they seem small, provincial, like pebbles compared to the mountain of experience that awaits beyond the horizon. Morning finds you preparing to depart. Your few possessions are bundled, a change of clothes, a small pouch of coins earned from teaching local farmers' sons, and of course your swords, no longer wooden training weapons but true steel, gifted by a grateful merchant whose son you saved from bandits the previous spring. Your uncle stands at the temple gate, his face composed but his eyes revealing the concern beneath. You seek the battle, he says. It is not a question. I seek understanding, you reply, adjusting the swords at your waist. I must see for myself what awaits beyond these mountains. He sighs, a sound like wind through autumn leaves. The way of the sword can lead to wisdom or to emptiness, Musashi. Remember that what you witness may change you in ways you cannot foresee. You bow deeply to him, this man who has been more father to you than your own. I will remember. The road unfolds before you like a ribbon, stretching into uncertainty. Each step carries you farther from all that is familiar, into a world expanding beyond imagination. Villages give way to towns, towns to larger settlements, all humming with tension, with anticipation of the coming conflict. Farmers harvest their rice with one eye on the horizon, wondering if armies will trample their fields before winter. Merchants hurry to move goods along roads that may soon be unsafe for travel. Everywhere, warriors gather, some under lords' banners, others masterless ronin like yourself, drawn to the possibility of finding purpose or patronage in the chaos of war. You travel westward, guided by rumor and intuition. The autumn landscape unfolds around you, mountains wreathed in morning mist, valleys where rivers reflect cloudless skies, forests where sunlight filters through golden canopies. Despite the beauty, signs of the approaching conflict multiply. Supply wagons creak along roads, messengers gallop past on lathered horses, and increasingly you encounter groups of samurai marching under various clan banners. Near a crossroads shrine, you meet a group of warriors who serve Lord Ukita Hide, one of Ishida's allies. Their armor gleams dully in the afternoon light, lacquered plates bound with colorful cords, helmets adorned with distinctive crests. They look at you, young, solitary, clearly not wealthy, but carrying the two swords of a samurai, with curiosity mingled with mild amusement. "Where do you journey, young sword?" their leader asks, using a term often applied to unproven warriors. "To where history will be written," you answer simply. Something in your calm certainty gives him pause. He studies you more carefully, noting the way you stand, balanced, centered, present, in a way many twice your age have not mastered. "You intend to fight for Lord Ishida?" "I intend to understand the nature of conflict at its greatest scale," you reply. "Which side offers this insight?"
I have yet to determine. He laughs then, but not unkindly.
"Philosophy from one so young. Come, travel with us for now. Perhaps we can offer protection from bandits who might mistake your youth for weakness." You know he has it backward. More likely, they offer you companionship in exchange for the additional. Security your skill provides, but you accept with a bow. For several days you journey together. Around evening fires they share sack and stories of previous battles, of lords they have served, of comrades lost. You listen more than speak, absorbing their experiences, noting how each man relates to conflict differently. Some with bloodthirst barely concealed, others with resigned duty, a few with the clear-eyed purpose of those who have found meaning in service. As you approach the plains of Sekigahara, the landscape changes. More troops converge on the roads, banners of different clans fluttering in the autumn breeze. The air itself seems charged with anticipation. Mountain mists curl around valleys where advance units make camp, cooking fires dotting the darkness, like earthbound stars. On the 15th day of the 9th month, by the old calendar, October 21st by the Western reckoning, you stand on a forested hillside overlooking what will soon become one of history's most decisive battlefields. Dawn breaks, hesitantly, as though reluctant to illuminate the day's coming violence. Heavy fog clings to the valley, shrouding the armies assembling below in ghostly white. You have chosen to join the Western forces, not out of political conviction, but because something in Ishida's loyal defense of Hideyoshi's legacy speaks to your emerging sense of honor. The samurai you traveled with have been absorbed into their lord's regiment, but you remain apart, a masterless ronin who will fight as an individual. As morning advances, the fog begins to lift, revealing the scale of what is unfolding. Across the valley floor and up surrounding slopes, tens of thousands of warriors have assembled. Banners identify the various clans, Ukita, Konishi, Otani, and dozens more on the western side where you stand. Tokugawa, Ai, Honda, and their allies on the eastern slope. The armies face each other across the valley like great, multi-headed beasts awakening from slumber. Armor gleams dully in the strengthening light. Spear points rise above the masses like a forest of steel bamboo. War drums begin their ominous cadence, felt in the chest as much as heard by the ear. An older samurai stands near you, his face weathered by decades of similar mournings. "Have you seen battle before, young one?" he asks, noticing your intent.
Observation, not like this, you admit. He nods, eyes never leaving the field below. Remember this moment.
Few have witnessed what you are about to see, and fewer still will have the wisdom to understand its meaning. Before you can ask what meaning he perceives, a roar erupts from the eastern forces. The battle has begun. Like two massive waves colliding, the armies surge toward each other. The individual samurai vanish into a churning mass of movement, steel flashing in the morning light, banners swaying above the chaos like reeds in a storm-tossed pond. You descend the slope with your temporary comrades, heart beating steadily despite the chaos unfolding before you. Time seems to alter its flow. Moments stretch and compress unpredictably. You find yourself in the midst of combat, your swords, moving with the intuitive grace that has always been your gift. Around you, the battle unfolds with a complexity no single mind can fully comprehend. In one section, Western forces push forward. In another, they are driven back. Dust rises from thousands of feet, churning the earth, mingling with gunpowder smoke from arquebus volleys to create a haze that transforms men into shadowy figures, strips identity, reduces all to movement and intention. You fight as you have trained, with full presence, with complete attention to each moment as it unfolds. Your blades find openings, create paths of temporary safety. You are neither fearless nor fearful, but exist in a state of absolute focus that transcends ordinary emotion. Hours pass in what feels like both an instant and an eternity. The tide of battle shifts continually, like sandbars reshaping under flowing water. Then a change occurs, subtle at first, then unmistakable. Across the field, a contingent of warriors who had been fighting alongside you suddenly turn, their banners now aligning with the eastern forces. Treachery has entered the equation. Kobayakawa Hideaki, whose forces had been positioned to support the Western Army, has defected to Tokugawa. This betrayal ripples through the Western ranks like a stone cast into still water. Uncertainty spreads, then dismay, then the beginning
Of dissolution. What had been a balanced contest now tilts decidedly toward the Eastern forces.
You watch as the pattern of the battle transforms, as inevitability settles over the field like an invisible weight. The Western forces begin to fragment. Some units continue fighting with desperate courage, others retreat in growing disorder. The older samurai who spoke to you earlier appears through the smoke, blood streaking his armor, his eyes holding the resigned look of one who has seen this outcome before it happened. "It is decided," he says simply. "Save yourself if you can, young one. There is no honor in dying uselessly today." You understand the wisdom in his words. This is not a matter of cowardice, but of clear perception. The battle is lost. Those who survive will have other days, other opportunities to fulfill their purpose. Those who die needlessly will have none. As afternoon shadows lengthen across the blood-soaked field, you withdraw with others of the Western Army. There is no formal retreat, only the gradual acknowledgement of defeat. Some commanders order their men to fall back in good order. Others are already dead, their units left to make their own decisions. You move away from the battlefield as twilight approaches, climbing a wooded hill that offers both concealment and perspective. Looking back, you see what remains of the clash. Pockets of continued fighting, Tokugawa forces securing their victory, the fallen scattered across the valley like autumn leaves after a storm. Night descends, bringing a strange silence broken only by distant shouts, the groans of the wounded, the occasional crack of a gunshot delivering mercy or preventing capture. Fires begin to dot the landscape, not the orderly campfires of armies, but the chaotic blazes of a battlefield transitioning to its aftermath. You find a small clearing sheltered by pines and sit, cleaning your bloodied swords methodically before returning them to their scabbards. Your body aches with exertion, with minor wounds accumulated throughout the day, but your mind remains clear, processing all you have witnessed. This day has shown you war at its largest scale, yet paradoxically revealed how even the greatest conflicts reduce to individual moments, individual choices, individual ends. You have seen courage and cowardice, loyalty and betrayal, purpose and confusion, all the elements of human nature magnified by the lens of combat. As you rest beneath the stars, listening to the night sounds of the forest mingling with the moor, distant sounds of the battlefield's aftermath, you realize that you have crossed a threshold. The boy who left the temple seeking understanding has found it, though not perhaps in the form expected. You have walked through thunder and emerged, changed but unbroken. Japan too has crossed a threshold this day. Though you cannot yet know it fully, the Battle of Sekigahara has set the nation on a path toward unification under the Tokugawa shogunate, a path that will eventually lead to centuries of relative peace, to the transformation of the samurai, from warriors to administrators, to a new Japan that will both honor and transcend its warring past. For now, however, there is only this moment, your breath forming small clouds in the cooling night air. the distant fires reflecting in your steady gaze, the weight of experience settling into your young bones like sediment after a great flood. Tomorrow will bring new challenges. The Western forces are scattered, their leaders captured or in flight. As one who fought on the losing side, you are now doubly masterless, a ronin from a defeated army, your future uncertain. But uncertainty has always been your companion, the space in which your unique talents flourish. Sleep eventually claims you there beneath the autumn stars. Your dreams are not of battle, but of flowing water, of bending bamboo, of the perfect arc of a brushstroke, images that have followed you since childhood, now infused with deeper meaning by the day's events. You sleep the sleep of one who has seen truth unveiled, however briefly. And when dawn comes again, as it always does, you will rise and continue your journey, not away from what has happened, but through it, carrying its lessons within you, like seeds that will, in time, produce their own unique harvest. The years following Sekigahara unfold before you, like a scroll gradually revealing its painted scenes. Japan settles into a new order under Tokugawa rule, slowly, unevenly, but with gathering momentum. Old powers diminish, new ones rise. The landscape of possibility alters with each passing season. For you, these are the years of Musashi, the warrior's pilgrimage. Like water seeking its natural course, you move through the islands of Japan, testing yourself against different styles, different masters, different understandings of the sword. You carry little, your weapons, a change of clothes, writing materials, and occasionally letters of introduction from those impressed by your growing skill. The rhythm of your days becomes a kind of meditation. You wake with the sun, practice, forms as mist still clings to morning meadows. Walk paths that wind through forests and mountains, alongside rivers and coastlines, into villages and occasionally larger towns. You sleep where night finds you, sometimes at humble inns where your services as a guard earn you a meal and a place by the fire, sometimes in temples where monks offer hospitality, sometimes beneath the vast canopy of stars with only your thin blanket between you and the earth. During this time, you experience the fullness of Japan's varying landscapes. The northern regions with their harsh winters and resilient pines, snow banking against farmhouse walls, while inside, families huddle around irori hearths telling ancient tales. The central highlands where mist shrouds sacred mountains and hot springs steam in secluded valleys offering healing waters to weary travelers. The southern coastlines where fishing villages perch on rocky shores, nets drying in the salt breeze while children chase sandpipers along the tide line. Throughout these wanderings, you encounter fellow practitioners of the sword. Some are attached to prestigious schools with centuries of lineage. Others, like yourself, follow more individual paths. You exchange techniques, insights, sometimes blows, though increasingly these encounters end with your opponent acknowledging your superior skill. What begins to set you apart is not merely technical proficiency, though that grows with each passing season. Rather, it is your approach, unbounded by tradition, responsive to the moment, guided by principles you are gradually formulating through direct experience rather than inherited doctrine. You move like no school I recognize, a swordmaster tells you after a practice session in a mountain temple courtyard, cherry petals drifting between you like snow. Who was your teacher? Experience, you reply simply. The master laughs, but his eyes reveal understanding. By your 21st year, your reputation has begun to precede you. In some regions, dojos send their promising students to test themselves against the wandering swordsman known as Musashi. In others, established masters politely decline your requests to visit, perhaps sensing the challenge you represent to their authority. One autumn evening in 1605, you arrive in Kyoto, the ancient capital, heart of traditional culture, home to numerous prestigious martial schools. The city presents a striking contrast to your usual rural surroundings. Its arranged streets, crowded markets, temples and palaces speak of centuries of civilization, of power concentrated and refined like sword steel, folded thousands of times. You find lodging at a modest inn near the Kamo River, where the sound of flowing water reminds you of the constant movement that has become your life's rhythm. After securing your few possessions, you walk along the riverbank, watching twilight deepen. Over the city, lanterns begin to glow from homes and businesses. The scent of grilled fish and steaming rice mingles with incense from nearby temples. A bamboo flute plays somewhere in the distance, its notes rising and falling like the flight of swallows. You stop to listen, allowing the music to wash over you like the gentle evening breeze. In this moment of stillness, you sense that your wandering has brought you to a significant turning point, though its exact nature remains unclear. The following day, you begin to explore the city's martial landscape. Kyoto houses many renowned schools, including the famous Yoshioka Ryu, founded by Yoshioka Kempo, who once served as sword instructor to the Ashikaga shogunate. Now led by his son Seijuro, it remains one of the most prestigious schools in Japan. Your inquiry about visiting their dojo is met with polite hesitation by the gatekeeper, then grudging agreement after you present a letter from a master who had once trained there. You may observe the afternoon practice, you are told. Please, remember that you come as a guest. The Yoshioka dojo occupies a spacious compound near the eastern hills. As you approach, the rhythmic sounds of practice reach you, wooden swords striking against one another, feet shuffling on polished floors, instructors calling corrections. You remove your sandals at the entrance and step into a world of ordered hierarchy and tradition. Students train in groups according to their level of advancement. The youngest sweep the courtyard or practice basic stances. Intermediate students work through prescribed forms. The most advanced engage in controlled sparring under the watchful eyes of senior instructors. All move with the precision of those who have learned from formal teaching rather than intuitive discovery. You observe silently from the position assigned to you, noting both the strengths and limitations of what you see. The students exhibit technical excellence, discipline, and respect for tradition. Yet there is something missing, a quality of adaptability, of presence beyond form, that you have come to recognize as essential to true mastery. Your presence does not go unnoted. Students glance your way between exercises. Instructors assess you with practiced peripheral vision. Your reputation has reached even here, it seems. Eventually, Yoshioka Seijuro himself approaches, a man in his early 30s, carrying himself with the confident authority of one born to position and trained to excellence. "You are the wandering swordsman I have heard mentioned," he states, rather than asks. "They say you defeated Arima Kihei as a boy using only a wooden sword." You bow slightly in acknowledgement. Stories often grow in the telling. Indeed, his eyes assess you more carefully now. Yet you have sought out our dojo. Do you wish to learn our style? "I seek understanding in all its forms," you reply. Your school has a worthy reputation. Something in your tone, neither deferential nor challenging, but simply stating truth as you see it, causes his expression to shift subtly. Pride mingles with a flicker of uncertainty, quickly masked. "Understanding comes through practice," he says. "Perhaps you would demonstrate your current level of understanding with one of our students? The invitation is clear, as is the subtle test it represents. You accept with another slight bow. I would be honored. A space is cleared. Students gather around the perimeter, whispering among themselves. You are offered a bokken, a wooden practice sword, from the dojo's collection. It feels unfamiliar in your hand, heavier than your own, but you adjust quickly, finding its balance point. Your opponent is a senior student, a few years older than yourself, with the confident bearing of one accustomed to victory. You bow to each other formally, then assume your respective stances, his orthodox and by the book, yours more fluid, less easily categorized. The match begins. Your opponent moves with technical precision, executing a textbook attack designed to test your defenses. You respond not by countering in kind, but by shifting like water, flowing around a stone, your bokken finding an opening. His traditional training hasn't prepared him to protect. The wooden blade stops just short of contact, a courtesy that startles the watching students. Had this been a real duel, your first move would have ended it. Your opponent's eyes widen in recognition of this fact. Seijuro's expression remains carefully neutral, but his posture has tensed slightly. The match continues. Your opponent adjusts, bringing his considerable skill to bear more carefully now. The exchange of techniques accelerates, wooden swords moving with increasing speed and commitment. The sound of their impact echoes through the dojo like an irregular heartbeat. What becomes apparent to all watching is the fundamental difference in approach. Your opponent fights as he has been taught, excellently but predictably. You fight as water flows, as wind moves, finding the natural path of least resistance, adapting continuously to each moment as it unfolds. The match concludes when your bokken finds its way past your opponent's guard once more, this time resting lightly. Against his throat, a hushed silence falls over the dojo. You step back and bow respectfully to your opponent, who returns the gesture with genuine humility. Seijuro steps forward, his expression now unreadable. You have an unusual style, he observes, voice carefully measured. Not a style, you reply, simply the way that seems most natural. Natural or not, it would be interesting to see how it fares against more experienced opposition. His meaning is clear. He is inviting a match between himself and you, a significant escalation from the student test. You accept with simple readiness. Whenever you wish, the arrangements are made for 3 days hence. The match will take place at Rendaiji Temple in northern Kyoto, neutral ground that offers appropriate dignity for a contest between a school's master and a wandering swordsman of growing reputation. Word spreads quickly through Kyoto's martial community. By the appointed day, a sizable crowd has gathered at the temple grounds. Students from various dojos, masterless samurai, interested townspeople, even a few nobility watching from palanquins with discreetly parted curtains. The air holds the crisp clarity of early spring. Plum blossoms perfume the breeze, their delicate pink contrasting with the weathered grey of the temple stones. As you approach the designated area, you notice how the slanting morning light creates distinct patterns of illumination and shadow across the ground, a detail that registers in your awareness as potentially significant. Seijuro arrives with an entourage of senior students. He is dressed formally, his movements deliberate and dignified. The crowd parts respectfully as he makes his way to the center of the temple courtyard. You meet him there, bowing with genuine respect for his position and skill. The terms are traditional: wooden bokken rather than steel, a single match rather than best of 3, victory by clear strike or submission. A senior monk serves as witness, his saffron robes bright against the temple's subdued colors. As you face each other, time seems to slow. You become aware of details with extraordinary clarity. The grain pattern of the wooden sword in your hands, the sound of a bird calling from a nearby pine, the subtle shift in Seijuro's weight as he settles into his stance. These observations come not as distractions, but as elements of a unified field of awareness, all equally present in your consciousness. The monk signals the beginning of the match. Seijuro moves immediately, his attack executed with flawless technique, the culmination of decades of disciplined training. There is genuine beauty in its precision, in its perfect embodiment of his school's principles. You respond not with counter-technique, but with absence, your body shifting just enough that his bokken passes through empty space where you had been a heartbeat before. Your own movement is minimal, efficient, guided by intuitive understanding rather than calculated response. The crowd murmurs as the exchange continues. Seijuro's attacks grow more committed, more forceful, drawing from the deepest resources of his training. You remain fluid, adaptive, present to each moment as it unfolds. Your responses emerging from immediate perception rather than predetermined patterns. What happens next occurs so quickly that many witnesses later disagree about the exact sequence. Seijuro executes a complex combination attack, a feint followed by a powerful overhead strike. You perceive the genuine attack hiding behind the feint and move accordingly, your bokken finding the single point of maximum effect. The wooden sword contacts Seijuro's right arm with precise, controlled force. He gasps, his weapon dropping from suddenly numbed fingers. The sound of it striking the stone courtyard seems unnaturally loud in the shocked silence that follows. For a moment no one moves, then Seijuro straightens, cradling his injured arm, his face composed, despite the pain evident in his eyes. He bows to you, a gesture acknowledging both your victory and his own honor in accepting it. Your natural way is most effective, he says, voice steady despite his injury. I have underestimated what lies beyond tradition. You return his bow deeply. Your school's tradition has much to teach. I am grateful for the opportunity to learn from it. The formal words mask a more complex reality. You have not merely won a match, but have challenged the foundations of an established order. The Yoshioka school's reputation rests on its master's undefeated record, a record now broken by a masterless wanderer barely into adulthood. As you leave the temple grounds, you sense that this victory, while significant, represents not an ending, but a beginning. The ripples of this encounter will spread outward, altering the landscape of possibilities in ways not yet apparent. That evening, as you sit by the Kamo River, watching moonlight silver its flowing surface, you reflect on the day's events. The victory brings neither pride nor satisfaction, merely a clearer understanding of your path. Like the river before you, you must continue to flow according to your nature, finding your way not through opposition to what exists, but through harmonious movement within and around it. A plum blossom drifts down from a nearby tree, landing on the water's surface. The current carries it away, its pale form visible in the moonlight, until it disappears around a bend. You watch its journey with quiet attention, sensing in its unresisting passage a reflection of your own. The spring breeze carries the mingled scents of the city, incense, cooking fires, blooming gardens, humanity in all its complexity. Tomorrow, will bring new challenges. The consequences of today's victory will unfold in their own time. For now there is only this moment, the river flowing, the moon shining, your breath rising and falling like gentle waves on a shoreline. You remain by the water until the night deepens, stars appearing one by one in the vast darkness above. Their ancient light reminds you that all things, victories and defeats, traditions and innovations, lives and deaths, exist within a greater context than the immediate moment can reveal. With this understanding settled in your heart like a stone, in a stream bed you rise and return to your modest lodgings. Sleep comes easily, dreamless and deep, preparing you for whatever the continuing flow of your journey may bring. Cherry blossom season arrives in Kyoto, transforming the ancient capital into a vision of ephemeral beauty. Pale pink petals drift through the air like gentle snow, gathering in delicate drifts against temple walls and floating on the surface of garden ponds. The entire city seems to pause, collectively turning its attention to this annual reminder of life's fleeting nature. For you, however, these days bring not contemplation, but escalating tension. Your victory over Yoshioka Seijuro has created ripples throughout Kyoto's martial community. What began as a simple match has evolved into something more complex, a challenge to established order, a question of honor that demands resolution. Word reaches you that Seijuro's younger brother, Denshichiro, has returned from his own warrior's pilgrimage to restore the family's honor. Unlike his more cerebral brother, Denshichiro is known for raw power and aggressive technique, a swordsman who relies on strength and determination rather than subtle refinement. The message arrives formally, a challenge delivered by a senior student of the Yoshioka school, requesting a match at the same Rendaiji temple where you defeated Seijuro. The proposed date is 3 days hence, at the hour when afternoon begins its transition to evening. You accept with the same quiet readiness that has become your hallmark. There is no eagerness for combat in your agreement, merely the clear recognition that this encounter, like the flowing of a river, cannot be avoided without damming the natural course of events. The intervening days pass with deceptive normalcy. You continue your daily practice by the river as cherry blossoms drift around you like pink rain. You visit a local temple known for its Zen garden, sitting in meditation before the carefully arranged stones and raked gravel. You transcribe passages from sutras, your brush moving across paper with the same fluid precision that guides your sword. Yet beneath this calm exterior, your awareness remains heightened, attuned to subtleties others might miss. You notice the Yoshioka students who observe you from a distance, their presence neither hidden nor acknowledged. You sense the shifting attitudes of shopkeepers and innkeepers, some more deferential after your victory, others coolly formal, perhaps loyal to the established school. On the morning of the appointed day, you rise before dawn and walk to a small shrine nestled among ancient cedars on Kyoto's eastern edge. In the grey light preceding sunrise, you kneel before the simple altar, not to pray for victory, but to center yourself in the quietude that underlies all movement. A fox appears at the shrine's edge, its russet coat catching the first golden rays of morning sun. It watches you with unblinking amber eyes that seem to hold questions without answers. Neither of you moves for several heartbeats. Then the fox turns and vanishes into the underbrush as silently as it appeared, leaving only a slight trembling of ferns to mark its passage. You return to your inn, break your fast with rice and pickled vegetables, then spend the remainder of the morning in methodical preparation. You check your bokken for any flaws, clean your regular clothes, and bathe in the communal bath, allowing the hot water to relax muscles that will soon be called to perfect responsiveness. As afternoon approaches, you make your way through Kyoto's streets toward Rendaiji Temple. Cherry blossoms continue to fall, coating the streets in a carpet of pink and white that muffles your footsteps. The sweet scent of the blossoms mingles with incense from temples and smoke from cooking fires, creating a layered perfume unique to this season in this ancient city. The crowd gathered at the temple grounds is larger than before. Word of the first match has spread, drawing more spectators eager to witness this continuation of what has become a public drama. The atmosphere holds a tension absent from the previous encounter. Where before there was curiosity, now there is anticipation edged with something darker. Yoshioka Denshichiro arrives with a substantial entourage. Unlike his brother's composed dignity, Denshichiro projects forceful confidence. He stands taller and broader than Seijuro, his stance that of a man accustomed to imposing, his will through physical presence. His followers mirror his energy, their collective demeanor, suggesting that today will see the Yoshioka school's honor decisively restored. Among the onlookers, you notice Seijuro himself, his right arm still bound in a sling, his face composed, but eyes revealing the complex emotions beneath, concern for his brother, lingering respect for your skill, uncertainty about what this day will bring. As you and Denshichiro move to the center of the designated area, the afternoon light slants through cherry-laden branches, creating a dappled pattern across the temple courtyard. A breeze stirs, sending a fresh shower of blossoms drifting between you like pale messengers. The senior monk who presided over the previous match steps forward once more, his weathered face impassive as he states the terms, the same as before: wooden bokken, single match, victory by clear strike or submission. His voice carries the measured cadence of one who has witnessed many such confrontations and found wisdom in their patterns. You bow to Denshichiro, a gesture he returns with minimal inclination, just enough to satisfy form without conveying genuine respect. His eyes remain fixed on yours, attempting to project intimidation through sheer force of will. What he sees in your gaze is not what he expects. There is no answering aggression, no defensive wariness, not even the focused calculation
of a strategist.
Instead, your eyes reflect the same quality they might while observing a flowing stream or a distant mountain, simply present, accepting what is without resistance. The monk signals the beginning of the match. Denshichiro moves immediately. His attack direct and powerful, a straightforward expression of his nature. Where his brother employed technique refined by years of disciplined practice, Denshichiro brings raw force channeled through solid, fundamental skills. You respond differently than you did against Seijuro. This opponent requires a different approach, just as a river navigates differently around a boulder than around a sandbank. You yield before his power, allowing his momentum to continue past where he expected resistance, then shift to a position that leaves him momentarily extended and vulnerable. The crowd murmurs as the pattern establishes itself. Denshichiro attacks. With increasing commitment, each movement carrying genuine power that would be devastating if it connected fully. You move with minimal expenditure of energy, your responses calibrated precisely to each situation as it develops, neither meeting force with force, nor evading without purpose. Frustration begins to show in Denshichiro's movements. His breathing grows heavier, his attacks more determined, yet less controlled. Sweat beads on his forehead despite the cool spring air. Cherry blossoms continue to fall around you both, their delicate beauty contrasting with the intensity of the contest. Then comes the decisive moment. Denshichiro commits fully to a powerful downward strike. a technique that has likely ended many previous contests in his favor. You perceive not just the physical movement, but the intention behind it, the emotional state generating it, the entire constellation of factors that make this particular attack unique to this particular moment. Your response emerges not from calculation, but from this complete perception. Your Bokken finds the perfect angle of interception, redirecting rather than blocking, adding your movement to his rather than opposing it. The combined momentum carries his weapon past its intended target, while simultaneously bringing yours to rest against his temple with gentle precision. Had this been a duel with real swords, the contest would have ended with Denshichiro's death. The realization is immediately apparent to everyone present, most of all to Denshichiro himself, whose eyes widen with the shock of confronting his own mortality. For a moment, time seems suspended. No one moves, no one speaks. Even the cherry blossoms seem to pause in their descent. Then Denshichiro's Bokken drops from his hand, landing among the fallen petals with a sound that seems unnaturally loud in the silence. "I acknowledge your victory," he says, voice rough with emotion, a mixture of disbelief, anger, and reluctant respect. You step back and bow deeply, honoring both his skill and his dignity in defeat. "Your strength is formidable," you reply. "I am grateful for the lesson it has provided." As you straighten, your eyes meet Seijuro's across the courtyard. Something passes between you, an unspoken recognition that what began as a simple contest of skill has evolved into something more significant, with consequences neither of you fully anticipated. The crowd disperses slowly, voices hushed as they discuss what they have witnessed. Many glance back at you, this young wanderer who has now defeated both the master and the heir apparent of one of Kyoto's most prestigious schools. Their expressions range from admiration to wariness to calculation, each according to their nature. You leave the temple grounds alone, walking through streets now deepening with evening shadows. Cherry blossoms continue to fall, their pale forms catching the last light of day before settling to join their countless companions on the ground. Their beauty in falling touches something in your heart, a recognition of how perfection exists not despite impermanence, but within it. That night, you sit in your small room at the inn, transcribing your observations of the day's events by lamplight. Your brush moves smoothly across the paper, leaving characters as balanced and precise as your sword movements. This practice of reflection has become essential to your development, a way of distilling experience into understanding that can be carried forward. A soft knock at your door interrupts your writing. The innkeeper's wife stands outside, her elderly face creased with concern. "A messenger brought this for you," she says, extending a folded paper sealed with wax. He seemed urgent. You thank her and take the message. After she leaves, you break the seal and read the carefully brushed characters. The Yoshioka school has called for a third match to settle matters conclusively. Yoshioka Matashi Chiro, youngest brother, and now acting head, requests your presence tomorrow at midnight at Ichijoji Temple. Come alone, as will he. The unusual time and location register immediately as cause for caution. Ichijoji lies on the outskirts of Kyoto, and midnight ensures few witnesses. Yet refusing the challenge would contradict the path you have followed thus far. You set the paper aside and return to your writing, adding this new development to your reflections. As the lamp burns lower, casting shifting shadows across the room, you consider the situation from all perspectives, neither accepting nor rejecting any possibility, until you have examined it fully. When you finally extinguish the lamp and lay down to sleep, your decision has crystallized with the clarity that comes from true stillness of mind. You will go to Ichijoji as requested, but you will go with complete awareness, not just of the stated challenge, but of all that might lie behind it. The following day passes with measured calmness. You practice your forms in the morning, visit a renowned sword polisher to observe his techniques in the afternoon, and take your evening meal at a small tea house where the proprietress is known for her haiku as well as her cooking. Throughout these ordinary activities, your senses remain vigilant, noting the increased presence of Yoshioka students throughout the city, their attention following you with poorly concealed intensity. As night falls, you prepare methodically. You check your bokken once more, secure your regular swords at your waist, and don a dark kimono that will blend with the shadows. Before departing, you leave a sealed letter with the innkeeper, a precaution rather than a premonition, containing a brief account of recent events and your intended destination. The spring night embraces Kyoto in gentle darkness, moonlight filtering through scattered clouds to silver the cherry trees that line many streets. Most citizens have retired to their homes. Only occasional lanterns mark the paths of late travelers or night watchmen. Your footsteps make little sound as you move through the sleeping city toward its northern edge. Ichijoji Temple occupies a secluded position among pine-covered hills. By day, it offers magnificent views of Kyoto spread below like an artisan's model. By night, approaching through forest paths dimly lit by filtered moonlight, it presents a very different aspect, mysterious, removed from the ordinary world, a place where unexpected things might occur. As you near the temple precincts, your senses sharpen further. The usual night sounds, distant foxes, rustling leaves, the occasional call of a night bird, are present, yet something else registers beneath them. A quality of anticipation hangs in the air, as palpable as the scent of pine resin or the cool touch of the spring breeze. You pause at the edge of the clearing that fronts the temple, remaining within the shadow of the trees as you survey what lies ahead. The temple buildings stand in silhouette against the night sky, their curved roofs like waves frozen in time. The courtyard lies open, bathed in the pale light of the three-quarter moon, now emerged from behind passing clouds, and it is empty. No, young Yoshioka Matashichiro stands waiting for an honorable duel. No single opponent prepares to restore his family's honor through legitimate contest. Instead, your heightened awareness detects what ordinary senses might miss: the controlled breathing of multiple individuals concealed around the temple grounds, the slight shifting of weight as someone adjusts their position behind a building, the almost imperceptible gleam of moonlight on metal, briefly exposed then hidden again. The truth reveals itself with perfect clarity. This is not a duel, but an ambush. The Yoshioka school, twice defeated in honorable combat, has resorted to less honorable means to eliminate the threat you represent. Yoshioka Matashichiro may indeed be present, but he has brought many others. How many, you cannot yet determine. This realization brings no anger, no sense of betrayal, merely a clear assessment of the situation as it exists. Like a sudden change, in weather or terrain, it presents not a problem but a condition to which you must adapt. You withdraw further into the forest's edge, circling the temple grounds with silent steps that disturb neither fallen leaves nor sleeping birds. From various vantage points, you confirm your initial assessment. Men positioned at strategic locations throughout the compound, waiting with the patience of hunters for prey they expect to walk willingly into their trap. The decisions that follow emerge not from conscious deliberation, but from the same intuitive understanding that guides your sword. You will neither flee nor foolishly engage on their terms. Instead, you will transform the situation according to your nature, like water finding its own level, like wind moving through leaves rather than against them. You select a position on slightly elevated ground where pines grow particularly dense. From here, you can observe the main approach to the temple, the path any visitor would naturally take. Then you wait, your breathing slowing to match the rhythm of the forest around you, your presence becoming as much a part of the night as the trees themselves. Time passes. The moon continues its arc across the star-flecked sky. Occasionally you detect slight movements as the hidden men adjust their positions, their patience perhaps wearing thinner as midnight comes and goes with no sign of their intended target. Near the hour when night begins its slow transition toward dawn, a subtle change ripples through the waiting ambush. Whispered consultations, barely audible even to your heightened senses, suggest growing uncertainty. Has their quarry somehow learned of the trap? Will he appear at all? Finally, movement more definite than before. A figure, Musashi himself, you surmise from his youth and bearing, emerges from concealment near the main temple building. He gestures to others who gradually reveal themselves as well. In the moonlight, you count them, 10, 15, 20, and still more appearing. From various hiding places, the full strength of the Yoshioka school has been deployed against a single opponent. Their consultation becomes more animated, though still conducted in hushed tones. Some gesture toward the paths leading to the temple, others shake their heads. Disagreement about how to proceed is evident even from your distant vantage point. This moment of confusion presents the opportunity you have patiently awaited. While they debate among themselves, you move, not away from the temple, but toward it, approaching from an unexpected direction, using the shadows cast by buildings and trees as naturally as a fish uses currents in a stream. Your presence is detected not gradually, but suddenly.
A startled shout breaks the night's hushed conspiracy. Heads turn, bodies tense, weapons are drawn in a ragged chorus of steel against wood and leather. But you are already among them, moving through their hastily formed perimeter like mist through
A bamboo grove. Your swords, no practice bokken now but true steel, flash in the moonlight, their movement guided by perfect economy, perfect timing, perfect awareness of where each opponent stands in relation to all others. What follows is not a battle in the conventional sense. It is a demonstration of principles you have discovered through years of solitary exploration, that effectiveness lies in natural movement rather than rigid form, that victory comes from greeting what is rather than imposing what should be, that true mastery reveals itself most clearly when conventional advantages are absent. The Yoshioka students, despite their numbers, find themselves facing a phenomenon rather than a man. You move not as they expect, attack not where they defend, appear where they have just looked, and vanish from where they focus. Their coordinated ambush dissolves into individual encounters, each lasting only moments before you have moved elsewhere. Young Musashi falls early in the engagement, his lack of experience evident in his hesitation when theory confronts reality. Others, more seasoned, present greater challenges, but even they cannot adapt quickly enough to your fluid, unpredictable movement. As the encounter unfolds, a strange calm pervades your awareness. There is no hatred, no desire to punish there. Dishonorable tactics, merely the clear recognition that this situation, having arisen, must be resolved according to its nature. When it ends, the temple courtyard lies quiet once more. Many of the Yoshioka students have fallen, others have fled into the surrounding forest. The night breeze stirs cherry blossoms that have drifted here from distant trees, their pale forms moving across the ground like spirits passing between worlds. You clean your blades methodically, return them to their scabbards, and bow toward the temple as though apologizing for the disturbance. Then you depart as quietly as you came, leaving behind a tableau that will, by morning, become the subject of astonished discovery and rapid-spreading rumors. The eastern sky shows the first hints of lightning as you return to Kyoto proper. The city sleeps on, unaware that within its shadow events have transpired that will eventually become legend. You make your way to your inn, gather your few possessions, and leave payment for your stay along with the sealed letter, now unnecessary. By the time the sun rises fully above the eastern mountains, you are already miles from Kyoto, following a path that leads toward new horizons. Behind you, cherry blossoms continue to fall, covering yesterday's footprints with today's beautiful impermanence. The Yoshioka school will never recover from this night. What began as a simple test of skill has ended with the virtual destruction of a lineage that traced its heritage back generations. This was not your intention, merely the natural outcome of forces set in motion by pride, honor, and the inevitable meeting of different approaches to the same pursuit. As you walk, the morning sun warm on your face, you reflect on these events, not with satisfaction or regret, but with the same clear perception you bring to all experience. They have revealed something important about the nature of conflict, about the relationship between formal training and intuitive understanding, about the consequences that flow from each choice made or unmade. These insights join the growing body of knowledge you carry within, not as abstract theory, but as lived wisdom, as embodied truth that will, in time, find expression not just through your sword, but through brush and ink, through spoken word, through the very manner of your living. The road stretches before you, winding through spring green hills where wildflowers nod in the gentle breeze. Birds call from roadside thickets, their songs neither happy nor sad, but simply expressive of their nature. A farmer nods greeting as you pass his field, seeing only a solitary traveller, unaware that he has glimpsed a man who has begun to transcend the ordinary boundaries of his art. You return his greeting with a simple bow and continue on your way, walking steadily toward whatever the flowing current of existence will bring next. 7 years pass like flowing water, each day merging seamlessly into the next, forming the river of experience that continues to shape your understanding. The seasons cycle through their eternal pattern, cherry blossoms giving way to summer, heat, autumn leaves falling to winter snow, then spring returning once more with its renewal of life and possibility. During these years, your journey continues without pause. You travel the length and breadth of Japan, testing your evolving art against different schools, different masters, different conceptions of the sword. Victory follows victory until your name, Miyamoto Musashi, becomes known throughout the islands, spoken sometimes with admiration, sometimes with wariness, always with respect. Yet fame holds no particular value for you. It is simply a fact of existence, like rain or sunshine, neither sought nor avoided. What matters is the continuing refinement of understanding, the deepening perception of principles that transcend the mere mechanics of combat. By your 29th year, your approach has evolved beyond what most consider swordsmanship, while others perfect techniques. You explore the space between techniques. While others strengthen their bodies, you cultivate awareness that encompasses body, mind, and spirit as a unified whole. While others seek advantage, you seek harmony with what is, finding effectiveness not through opposition, but through perfect accord with reality as it unfolds moment by moment. This difference sets you apart, not just from ordinary practitioners, but from other masters as well. They recognize in you something that exists outside the framework of traditional schools, something simultaneously simpler and more profound than their carefully preserved teachings. It is perhaps inevitable, then, that your path eventually leads you toward an encounter with the man considered by many to be your only worthy counterpart, Sasaki Kojiro, known throughout Western Japan as the demon of the Western provinces. Kojiro's reputation nearly equals your own, though built on different foundations. Where your approach emerges from intuitive exploration and direct experience, his grows from intensive refinement of established technique. Where you adapt continuously to each unique situation, he has perfected a signature method, the turning swallow cut, a technique of such speed and precision that it is said to be able to strike down a bird in flight. Word reaches you while staying at a small coastal village in Busan province. A messenger arrives from Lord Hosokawa Tadatoshi, daimyo of the Kokura domain, requesting your presence. Though phrased as an invitation, both you and the messenger understand it as something closer to a summons, the kind of request a prudent traveller does not decline without compelling reason. You arrive at Kokura Castle several days later, following roads that wind through pine-covered hills and terraced rice fields, bright with spring greenery. The castle rises impressively above the surrounding town, its white walls and curved roofs embodying the power and permanence of established authority. Lord Hosokawa receives you with formal courtesy in an audience chamber whose spare elegance speaks of refined taste. Screens painted with landscapes create an atmosphere of serene detachment from the everyday world. A single arrangement of early spring flowers stands in a niche, their subtle beauty drawing the eye without demanding attention. Miyamoto Musashi, the Lord begins studying you with intelligent eyes that miss little. Your reputation precedes you. I have heard much of your unique approach to the sword. You bow respectfully. My lord honors me with his attention. There is another who has drawn my attention as well, he continues, gesturing to an attendant who presents tea with practiced movements. Sasaki Kojiro has recently entered my service. Perhaps you know of him? By reputation only, my lord, you reply, accepting the tea with a slight nod of thanks. These reputations, yours and his, have created considerable discussion among those who appreciate such matters. He sips his tea thoughtfully. There are those who wonder how two such different approaches to the same art would fare if brought into direct comparison. The true purpose of the summons now becomes clear. Lord Hosokawa, like many nobles of refined sensibility, takes interest in martial arts not merely as practical skills, but as expressions of philosophy, as embodiments of principle. The prospect of a contest between two renowned but fundamentally different masters represents a rare opportunity to witness theory made manifest. If my lord wishes to arrange such a comparison, I would of course be honored to participate, you respond, your voice revealing neither eagerness nor reluctance. Lord Hosokawa smiles slightly, perhaps appreciating your equanimity. I have already discussed the possibility with Kojiro. He expressed immediate interest in meeting the famous Miyamoto Musashi. Arrangements are made with the efficiency characteristic of a well-ordered domain. The contest will take place in 1 week's time on a small island called Ganryu, situated in the strait between Kyushu and Honshu. The island's name derives from Kojiro's own style, Ganryu, or large rock style, making it symbolically his territory, a subtle advantage granted to him perhaps in recognition of his status as Lord Hosokawa's retainer. In the days leading up to the appointed meeting, you maintain your regular practices, rising before dawn to train, meditating as the sun crests the eastern hills, practicing calligraphy in the afternoon, studying texts on strategy in the evening. To observers, nothing in your demeanor suggests that you face an encounter many consider potentially fatal. One evening, as you sit in the garden of the residence assigned to you, watching fireflies rise from the grass like earthbound stars seeking to return to the heavens, a senior samurai in Lord Hosokawa's service joins you. His weathered face and calloused hands speak of decades of experience. His eyes hold the quiet wisdom of one who has seen beneath the surface of things. "You seem at peace, Musashi-san," he observes, settling beside you on the wooden engawa that overlooks the garden. "Peace exists in all moments if we have eyes to see it," you reply, watching a particularly bright firefly trace a graceful arc before disappearing into darkness. He nods, comfortable with philosophical discourse. "Even moments before combat. Even when facing Sasaki Kojiro, especially then?" You turn slightly to face him more directly. "Have you observed Kojiro's technique?" "Many times. His swallow cut is like nothing I have seen elsewhere. The speed, the precision, it approaches, perfection within its style." He studies you with renewed interest. Yet you do not seem concerned. "Concern changes nothing except our relationship to what is," you say. "I prefer to see clearly, without the distortion that anxiety brings." The samurai laughs softly. "Now I begin to understand your reputation. It is not just your swordsmanship that sets you apart, but your approach to existence itself." You shrug slightly. They cannot be separated. As the appointed day approaches, word of the coming duel spreads throughout the region. Excitement builds among those who follow such matters, samurai comparing the merits of the two styles, merchants taking bets on the outcome, common people retelling stories of previous victories attributed to both participants. Kojiro himself remains distant, a presence known but not encountered. He continues his duties at Kokura Castle, where they say he trains with characteristic intensity, focusing particularly on refining his famous technique to even greater perfection. The day before the duel, you visit a local craftsman known for his woodworking skill. The wizened old man looks up in surprise when you enter his modest workshop, clearly recognizing you from descriptions circulating through the town. "How may this humble artisan serve you, Musashi-sama?" he asks, setting aside the bowl he has been carving. "I require a wooden implement," you explain, describing dimensions slightly longer than a standard bokken, but with different balance and weight distribution. "Can you fashion this by tomorrow morning?" The craftsman considers, fingers moving unconsciously as though already shaping the requested item. "It can be done, though it is an unusual design. May I ask its purpose?" "A tool for understanding," you reply, leaving payment that exceeds the value of the work requested. Dawn of the appointed day breaks clear and calm. The strait between Kokura and Ganryu Island lies smooth as polished steel, reflecting the gradually lightening sky. Small boats gather along the shore, officials from Lord Hosokawa's household, samurai interested in witnessing the contest, local fishermen offering to ferry spectators to the island for a modest fee. Kojiro departs for the island first, accompanied by witnesses selected by Lord Hosokawa. He cuts an impressive figure, tall and composed, his formal attire immaculate, his paired swords positioned perfectly at his waist. Every aspect of his appearance communicates precision, discipline, adherence to form. The appointed time for the duel approaches, then passes. Kojiro waits on the island, occasionally visible from shore, as he moves along the beach. The gathered crowd grows restless, whispers circulate. Has Musashi reconsidered? Has he fled during the night? Is this some stratagem or simple cowardice? Only Lord Hosokawa, watching from his boat anchored offshore, maintains perfect composure, as though he alone understands that something significant is unfolding according to its own internal logic, rather than conventional expectations. Nearly an hour after the appointed time, you finally appear, walking unhurriedly toward the shore. Your appearance creates an immediate stir, not just because of your tardiness, but because of your unconventional attire. Instead of formal clothing appropriate for a duel of significance, you wear simple, practical garments. Instead of paired, swords. You carry the wooden implement created by the craftsman, its form suggesting a cross between a sword and an oar. Without explanation or apology, you approach a fisherman's boat rather than the formal craft prepared for your transportation. Will you row me to the island? You ask, your manner so ordinary that the fisherman agrees before fully realizing what he is being asked to do. As the simple boat pulls away from shore, you sit calmly in the bow, seemingly absorbed in carving something from the wooden implement with a small knife. Shavings fall into the boat's bottom as the fisherman rows with the awkward self-consciousness of one unexpectedly thrust into a historic moment. From the island, Kojiro watches your approach with increasing irritation, visible even at a distance. His formal preparation, his mental readiness carefully cultivated for the appointed hour, has been disrupted by your unconventional timing. This disruption is, of course, intentional, not as psychological warfare, but as a practical demonstration of principle that true mastery exists within circumstances as they arise, not as they are planned to be. Your boat grounds on the island's pebbled shore. You step out unhurriedly, still working the wooden implement, now clearly recognizable as a makeshift sword slightly longer than standard length, carved from a simple boat oar. Kojiro strides toward you, his controlled anger evident in every line of his body. You disrespect this duel with your tardiness and your implement, he says, gesturing toward the wooden sword in your hand. You look up as though noticing him for the first time. The sun's position favors neither of us now, you observe mildly, glancing at the sky where the morning sun has risen, higher, no longer casting long shadows that might advantage one duelist over another. This practical explanation does nothing to soothe Kojiro's sense of violated propriety. Prepare yourself, he says coldly, moving to a clear area of the beach, where fine sand provides secure footing. You follow, carrying your wooden sword in a relaxed grip. The observers form a loose circle, maintaining respectful distance while ensuring clear sightlines to the imminent contest. Lord Hosokawa watches from his boat, his expression revealing nothing of his thoughts. Kojiro assumes his stance, formal, perfect, embodying years of dedicated training. His hand rests on his sword hilt, ready to execute the famous swallow cut with speed that observers insist defies normal vision. You stand differently, relaxed, present, your wooden sword held in a position that corresponds to no formal school. The contrast between you could not be more pronounced. Kojiro, the perfection of established form, you, the embodiment of formless adaptation. No signal initiates the duel, only the shared recognition that the moment has arrived. Kojiro moves with the blinding speed that has created his reputation, his sword describing a perfect arc designed to strike with precision that leaves no possibility of survival. Yet his perfect technique encounters not the expected resistance, but an altered reality. You have moved not in counter to his technique, but in harmony with the entire situation as it exists in this precise moment. Your wooden sword, longer than the standard blade Kojiro has calibrated his distance to account for, makes contact before his cut can complete its perfect arc. The sound of wood striking flesh and bone carries clearly in the morning air. Kojiro staggers, his expression showing not pain but profound surprise, the shock of one who has encountered something outside his conception of possibility. He falls to the sand, life already departing from eyes that still hold the question his voice will never ask. You bow deeply to your fallen opponent, acknowledging the excellence that existed within his understanding, even as that understanding proved insufficient against a broader perspective. The witnesses remain motionless, struggling to comprehend what they have seen, not just a victory, but a demonstration of principles that transcend their established framework for understanding combat. Lord Hosokawa alone seems unsurprised, nodding slightly as though a theory has been confirmed rather than challenged. You turn away from Kojiro's body, walking back toward the waiting boat without looking back. The wooden sword, the unconventional implement that has just defeated the finest steel and technique of Western Japan, rests lightly against your shoulder, its rough carved form somehow more appropriate to this moment than the most perfectly crafted blade could have been. The fisherman rows you back to the mainland in silence, his earlier self-consciousness replaced by something approaching awe. As your boat approaches the shore, the gathered crowd parts wordlessly, creating a path that seems to acknowledge more than mere victory. You walk through this human corridor without haste or pride, your expression neither triumphant nor somber, but simply present. The same quality of awareness that guided your sword on the island, now guiding your steps back to the ordinary world. That evening, as fireflies once again rise from the garden of your temporary residence, Lord Hosokawa himself
pays you a visit.
He dismisses his attendants with a gesture, choosing to sit beside you on the engawa, just as his senior samurai had days earlier. What you demonstrated today goes beyond swordsmanship, he says after several minutes of companionable silence. The principles are the same in all things, you reply, watching the fireflies trace their luminous paths through the gathering darkness. You could have killed him with steel as easily as with wood. The lesson would have been less clear. He nods, understanding the deeper significance. You did not defeat a man today, Musashi. You challenged an entire conception of mastery. This observation touches the heart of what has been evolving within you over years of solitary exploration. The recognition that true mastery exists not in perfecting what is known, but in remaining open to what might be discovered. Not in asserting one's understanding, but in continuously surrendering to direct experience. Will you consider entering my service? Lord Hosokawa asks, the question emerging naturally from his evident appreciation of your unique qualities. I could provide stability, position, the opportunity to develop your insights without the constant necessity of travel. You consider his offer with genuine respect. Lord Hosokawa represents the finest qualities of the samurai class, cultured, thoughtful, appreciative of both practical skill and philosophical depth. Service in his household would indeed offer advantages your current path does not provide. I
am honored by your consideration, you reply finally. But my understanding continues to develop through freedom of movement, through encountering the unexpected rather than settling into the known.
He accepts your decision without protest, recognizing in it the same quality that drew his interest initially, Then at least allow me to provide letters of introduction to others who might appreciate what you have to offer. Not all daimyo understand that the greatest contributions to their domains sometimes come from those who think beyond conventional boundaries. In the days that follow, accounts of the duel spread throughout the region, then beyond. Each telling adds elements, subtracts, others transforming historical event into evolving legend. Some versions emphasize your tardiness and wooden sword as cunning strategy. Others focus on the single, perfect strike that ended the contest. Still others elaborate philosophical implications, presenting the encounter as a clash between fundamentally different worldviews. You listen to these variations with equanimity when they occasionally reach your ears, neither confirming nor correcting them. The reality as you experienced it was simpler and more complex than any retelling can capture. A moment of pure meeting between what is and what could be, between form perfected and formlessness embraced. 2 weeks after the duel carrying Lord Hosokawa's letters of introduction and the quiet knowledge of another significant threshold crossed, you depart Kokura, continuing the journey that has become your way of being. The wooden sword remains behind, given to the fisherman who rowed you to your encounter with Kojiro, not as payment, but as a reminder that extraordinary possibilities sometimes emerge from the most ordinary circumstances. The road unfolds before you, leading now toward the interior of Kyushu, where volcanic mountains cradle valleys of remarkable fertility. Cherry blossoms have given way to the lush greenery of advancing spring. Birds call from roadside thickets, their songs neither celebratory nor mournful, but simply expressive of their nature. As you walk, your awareness encompasses both the immediate, the texture of the path beneath your feet, the weight of your travel pack, the gentle resistance of the breeze, and the more expansive understanding that continues to evolve within you. The encounter on Ganryu Island was significant not because it added to your reputation, but because it clarified principles that will eventually find expression beyond the realm of swordsmanship. Evening approaches, bringing the day's growing heat to gentler conclusion. You make camp in a small clearing beside a stream, performing each task, gathering firewood, preparing simple food, arranging your sleeping area, with the same quality of presence that guides your sword. As darkness settles fully around you, stars appear one by one in the vast expanse above, their ancient light connecting this moment to all that has come before and all that will follow. In this quiet interval between one day's journey and the next, your thoughts turn not to past victories or future challenges, but to the continuing unfolding of understanding that gives meaning to both. Like the stream beside your camp, flowing ceaselessly from mountains to sea, this understanding moves through you, not something possessed, but something participated in, not an achievement, but a way of being. Sleep finds you easily, dreamless and deep, and when dawn again illuminates the eastern sky, you rise to continue your journey, carrying within you seeds of insight that will, in time, blossom into principles that transcend their martial origins to touch the very nature of existence itself. If insomnia is keeping you up tonight, you're not alone, and I truly understand how that feels. At least your favorite historian was here to keep you company with some timeless tales and fascinating figures. I like to mix in a bit of everything, ancient empires, strange events, forgotten rulers, so there's always something to distract the mind and ease you into rest. It's late now, so close your eyes when you're ready. I've got a cozy fire crackling,
and a warm cup of tea by my side. Until next time, sweet dreams and good night.
Morning mist clings to the foothills of Mount Aso as you make your way along a narrow path worn smooth by centuries of travelers. Though Lord Hosokawa Tadatoshi had accepted your decision not to enter his direct service after the duel at Ganryu Island, his respect for your unique abilities has manifested in other ways. His letters of introduction have opened doors throughout Kyushu, and now, 3 years after your encounter with Sasaki Kojiro, circumstances have brought you back into the orbit of the Hosokawa clan. It is the spring of 1615, and Japan continues its transformation under Tokugawa rule. The last embers of resistance to the new order are being systematically extinguished. Most significant among these is Toyotomi Hideyori, son of the great unifier Toyotomi Hideyoshi, who has fortified himself in Osaka Castle, a final bastion of alternative authority that the Tokugawa shogunate cannot allow to persist. Lord Hosokawa, like all daimyo who wish to maintain their domains under the new regime, has been called to contribute forces to the coming siege. His message, carried by swift horsemen to where you were staying in a mountain temple, was characteristically direct. Your perspective would be valuable in the coming conflict if you are willing to offer it. Not a command, not even a formal request for service, but an acknowledgement of mutual respect between two men who recognize something in each other that transcends ordinary relationships of lord and retainer. You accepted with equal directness, gathering your few possessions, and departing the same day. Now, as dawn breaks over the volcanic landscape of central Kyushu, you approach Kumamoto Castle, where Lord Hosokawa has established his primary residence, an imposing structure of stone and wood that embodies both practical defensive considerations and aesthetic refinement. Guards at the outer gate recognize you from your previous visit, bowing with respect that acknowledges your unusual status, neither fully inside nor outside the hierarchical structures that define their world. You are escorted through multiple baileys, past barracks where samurai prepare for the coming campaign, to an inner garden where Lord Hosokawa awaits. He has aged subtly in the 3 years since your last meeting. A few more strands of silver. In his dark hair, perhaps a slightly deeper set to his eyes, yet his presence remains commanding, combining authority with the cultivated awareness of one who values understanding as much as power. Musashi, he greets you, using your name, without honorifics, a gesture of both respect and recognition that your relationship exists outside conventional social frameworks. I am pleased you have come, you bow, acknowledging both his position and the man himself. Your message suggested urgency, my lord. Indeed. He gestures toward a simple wooden bench, positioned to view both the garden and, beyond it, the distant peak of Mount Aso. The Tokugawa shogunate has called all loyal daimyo to contribute to the final resolution of the Osaka situation. We depart within the week. As you sit together in the garden, cherry blossoms drifting occasionally across your field of vision, Lord Hosokawa outlines the political and military situation with characteristic clarity. Toyotomi Hideyori, son of the former regent, has gathered significant forces at Osaka Castle. The winter campaign earlier this year resulted in a negotiated settlement, but that fragile peace has already fractured. Now a decisive summer campaign is planned to eliminate this last challenge to Tokugawa authority. I do not ask you to serve as a common soldier, Lord Hosokawa explains, nor even as a regular officer. Your value lies in your unique perspective, your ability to see beyond conventional approaches. You consider his words, watching a butterfly navigate the complex air currents created by the garden's design. How would you have me contribute this perspective? Accompany me as an advisor, observe, comment when you see what others might miss, perhaps occasionally demonstrate your insights to those officers whose thinking has grown too rigid. A slight smile touches his lips at this last suggestion, acknowledging the impact your unconventional approach tends to have on traditionally trained warriors. The arrangement suits your nature. It offers the opportunity to witness warfare at its grandest scale since Sekigahara, without requiring you to subordinate your independence to military hierarchy. You accept with a simple nod, sealing an agreement based not on formal oaths, but on mutual recognition. The following days are filled with preparation. Lord Hosokawa's forces, several thousand samurai and their attendant, Ashigaru foot soldiers, ready themselves with the efficiency of long practice. Weapons are inspected, provisions secured, battle orders clarified. Throughout this organized activity, you move as an observer, occasionally invited to comment on tactical discussions, but more often simply present, absorbing the complex interplay of personalities and procedures that constitute a daimyo's military household. You spend evenings in conversation with Lord Hosokawa, sometimes joined by his senior commanders. These discussions range beyond immediate tactical concerns to explore broader questions of strategy, leadership, and the changing nature of warfare in an era increasingly defined by political stability rather than constant conflict. The skills that built our position may not be those that maintain it, Lord Hosokawa observes during one such evening, sake cups reflecting lamplight as night deepens around the castle. The samurai who survives the coming peace may need wisdom beyond his sword arm. These words resonate with your own evolving understanding that principles discovered through martial discipline can and must find application in all aspects of life, especially as Japan transitions toward an era where direct combat becomes increasingly rare. The journey to Osaka unfolds like a moving tapestry of Japan's varied landscape. From Kumamoto, Lord Hosokawa's forces travel northward through Kyushu, cross the strait to western Honshu, then proceed along coastal roads toward the heart of the nation. Villages empty as you pass, farmhouses shuttered, livestock and valuables hidden away, the countryside's learned response to armies on the move, regardless of their allegiance. You travel sometimes on horseback, sometimes on foot, always slightly apart from the main column, a position that allows you to observe both the army and the terrain it traverses. Each evening you join Lord Hosokawa's council, listening more than speaking, but occasionally offering observations that shift the trajectory of planning in subtle yet significant ways. You notice what is not there as readily as what is, Lord Hosokawa comments after you identify a potential ambush point that his regular scouts had overlooked. Most men train their eyes to see threats. You have trained yours to see reality in its completeness. As you approach Osaka, evidence of the gathering conflict multiplies. Other daimyo's forces converge on roads leading to the great castle. Supply trains stretch for miles. Advance scouts and messengers pass continuously, carrying intelligence and orders between separated units, gradually coalescing into what will become the largest assembled military force Japan has seen since Sekigahara. Osaka Castle itself finally comes into view, a magnificent structure rising from massive stone foundations, its white walls and golden accents gleaming in spring sunshine. Even at a distance, its scale impresses. Built by Toyotomi Hideyoshi at the height of his power, the castle was designed to be impregnable, a physical manifestation of authority meant to endure for generations. Yet now it stands as a symbol of resistance to the new order, its very impressiveness representing a challenge that the Tokugawa shogunate cannot allow to persist. The siege begins not with dramatic assault, but with methodical preparation. Tokugawa Ieyasu himself, now aging but still formidable in strategic thinking, directs the overall campaign. His son, Shogun Hidetada, commands significant portions of the assembled force. Together they position troops to surround the castle, completely establishing camps at strategic intervals, each under the command of loyal daimyo, like Lord Hosokawa. From these positions, the attackers begin the patient work of siegecraft, constructing earthworks to protect against sorties from the castle, positioning artillery brought by Portuguese traders, preparing scaling ladders and fascines for eventual assault. Within the castle, Toyotomi Hideyori and his commanders make their own preparations, counting on massive stone walls, stored provisions, and the courage of those who have committed themselves to his cause. Your role in this enormous military theatre remains unique. Lord Hosokawa consults you daily, valuing your perspective that comes from outside traditional military doctrine. You walk the perimeter of siege lines, observing not just physical deployments but the psychological currents flowing through both attacking and defending forces. There is a pattern emerging, you tell Lord Hosokawa one evening, as you stand together on a hillside overlooking the castle and surrounding plain, now transformed into a vast military encampment. The defenders rely on their walls, believing stone can withstand all assault. The attackers focus on overcoming those walls through force or escalade. Neither sees that the true battle may lie elsewhere. Where then? He asks, his interest genuine. In the water, you reply, gesturing toward the moats and canals surrounding the castle, partially fed by the Yodo River flowing nearby. Osaka Castle's strength comes not just from stone, but from its relationship with water. Change that relationship, and its impregnability may prove illusion. This observation, shared by Lord Hosokawa with the shogun's senior commanders, contributes to a strategic decision. Rather than focusing exclusively on direct assault, significant effort will be directed toward altering the waterways that protect the castle's approaches, damming certain channels, diverting others, gradually transforming the defensive environment that the castle's designers had integrated into their plans. The siege continues through weeks of alternating sunshine and spring rain. Skirmishes erupt periodically as defenders attempt sorties or attackers probe defenses. Artillery exchanges create thunderous dialogue between castle and siege lines. Yet the most significant work happens quietly as engineering teams implement the water-based strategy, gradually altering the castle's relationship with its surroundings. During this time, you occasionally demonstrate your swordsmanship to Lord Hosokawa's officers, not as formal instruction, but as practical exhibition of principles that transcend technique. These demonstrations attract increasing attention as word spreads of your unique approach. You move like no swordsman I have seen, a senior samurai comments, after watching you defeat 3 opponents simultaneously during one such demonstration. Your techniques seem both formless and perfectly formed at once. Form should emerge from principle, not custom, you reply. The sword is most effective when it expresses natural movement rather than imposed pattern. These philosophical dimensions of your martial approach particularly interest Lord Hosokawa, who has himself studied both the practical arts of war and the more contemplative traditions of Buddhism and Confucianism. Your evening conversations increasingly explore the intersection of martial skill and broader wisdom, discussions that will later influence your written works. The way of the sword and the way of the brush might seem opposed, Lord Hosokawa observes one night after you have demonstrated your developing calligraphy skills, yet you find harmony between them. Both require the same quality of presence, you explain. The brush captures a moment's insight just as the sword expresses a moment's perception. Neither can succeed through hesitation or forced effort. As May gives way to June, the siege enters its decisive phase. The water strategy has succeeded in reducing the castle's natural defenses. Moats have been partially drained. Defensive flooding has been rendered impossible in key areas. The attackers begin to press their advantage with increasing coordination and commitment. The final battle unfolds across several days of intense combat. Defenders fight with the courage of those who have no retreat, attackers with the determination of those who can accept no outcome but victory. The castle's outer defenses are breached, then inner compounds, battles raging through gardens once designed for contemplative beauty, across courtyards meant for ceremonial gatherings. You accompany Lord Hosokawa during these final phases, not as a front-line combatant, but as an observer and occasional advisor. Your presence at key moments helps identify opportunities or dangers that conventional military thinking might miss. Yet you remain, by mutual understanding, outside the direct chain of command, your contribution valued precisely because it comes from beyond established doctrine. The end, when it comes, brings neither jubilation nor despair, but simply the exhausted recognition that a historical threshold has been crossed. Toyotomi Hideyori commits suicide rather than face capture, following the samurai code that demands death before dishonor. With him dies the last significant alternative to Tokugawa rule. Japan now enters a new phase of its history, one defined by centralized authority and emerging peace rather than competing powers and constant warfare. In the aftermath, as troops begin the long journey back to their home domains, Lord Hosokawa extends an invitation that will shape the next phase of your life. The value you have demonstrated extends beyond battlefield counsel, he tells you, as you sit together in his campaign tent. Maps of the now concluded siege still spread across a portable table. I would welcome your continued presence in Kumamoto, not as a retainer bound by formal obligation, but as a guest whose perspective enriches all it touches. The arrangement he proposes offers a rare combination of stability and freedom, residence and stipend that acknowledge your worth to his household, coupled with the independence to continue your own development without constraints of conventional service. It represents a significant transition from your years of wandering, yet without requiring you to abandon the autonomy that has been essential to your path. You accept with characteristic directness, recognizing in Lord Hosokawa's offer not just practical advantage, but the opportunity to develop your understanding in new dimensions, to explore how principles discovered through martial paths might find expression in governance, culture, and the emerging peace of Tokugawa Japan. The return journey to Kumamoto unfolds at a more measured pace than the military advance had required. The landscape of early summer surrounds the traveling column. Rice fields vibrant green with new growth, forests dense with mature foliage, villages gradually reopening as their inhabitants emerge from hiding to resume normal life. You observe these transitions with heightened awareness, sensing that they mirror larger patterns occurring throughout Japan. The era of constant warfare that shaped your early life is giving way to something different. Not perfect peace, perhaps, but a more structured society where conflict follows predictable channels rather than erupting unpredictably across the landscape.
Upon returning to Kumamoto, you establish a pattern that will characterize these years of service to the Hosokawa clan.
Your days begin before dawn with solitary practice in a garden allocated for your use. Sword forms flowing into meditation. Meditation flowing into calligraphy, each activity informing and enhancing the others. Mornings often find you observing, or occasionally instructing selected members of Lord Hosokawa's samurai corps, not in formal classes but in demonstrations that challenge conventional understanding. Your approach attracts both resistance and fascination. Traditionalists dismiss what they cannot categorize, while more flexible minds recognize the effectiveness that transcends familiar forms. You teach by questioning rather than answering. A promising young samurai observes after one such session. True understanding cannot be given, you reply. It must be discovered through direct experience. Afternoons bring varied activities, discussions with Lord Hosokawa on matters ranging from domain administration to philosophical texts, exploration of the region's natural beauty, development of your painting skills which increasingly complement your swordsmanship as expressions of the same underlying principles. The final battle unfolds across several days of intense combat. Defenders fight with the courage of those who have no retreat, attackers with the determination of those who can accept no outcome but victory. The castle's outer defences are breached. Then inner compounds, battles raging through gardens once designed for contemplative beauty, across courtyards meant for ceremonial gatherings. You accompany Lord Hosokawa during these final phases, not as a frontline combatant, but as an observer and occasional advisor. Your presence at key moments helps identify opportunities or dangers that conventional military thinking might miss. Yet you remain, by mutual understanding, outside the direct chain of command. Your contribution valued precisely because it comes from beyond established doctrine. The end, when it comes, brings neither jubilation nor despair, but simply the exhausted recognition that a historical threshold has been crossed. Toyotomi Hideyori commits suicide rather than face capture, following the samurai code that demands death before dishonor. With him dies the last significant alternative to Tokugawa rule. Japan now enters a new phase of its history, one defined by centralized authority and emerging peace rather than competing powers and constant warfare. In the aftermath, as troops begin the long journey back to their home domains, Lord Hosokawa extends an invitation that will shape the next phase of your life. The value you have demonstrated extends beyond battlefield council, he tells you as you sit together in his campaign tent, maps of the now concluded siege still spread across a portable table. I would welcome your continued presence in Kumamoto, not as a retainer bound by formal obligation, but as a guest whose perspective enriches all it touches. The arrangement he proposes offers a rare combination of stability and freedom, residence and stipend that acknowledge your worth to his household, coupled with the independence to continue your own development without constraints of conventional service. It represents a significant transition from your years of wandering, yet without requiring you to abandon the autonomy that has been essential to your path. You accept with characteristic directness, recognizing in Lord Hosokawa's offer not just practical advantage, but the opportunity to develop your understanding in new dimensions, to explore how principles discovered through martial paths might find expression in governance, culture, and the emerging peace of Tokugawa Japan. The return journey to Kumamoto unfolds at a more measured pace than the military advance had required. The landscape of early summer surrounds the traveling column, rice fields vibrant green with new growth, forests dense with mature foliage, villages gradually reopening as their inhabitants emerge from hiding to resume normal life. You observe these transitions with heightened awareness, sensing that they mirror larger patterns occurring throughout Japan. The era of constant warfare that shaped your early life is giving way to something different. Not perfect peace, perhaps, but a more structured society where conflict follows predictable channels rather than erupting unpredictably across the landscape. Upon returning to Kumamoto, you establish a pattern that will characterize these years of service to the Hosokawa clan. Your days begin before dawn with solitary practice in a garden allocated for your use, sword forms flowing into meditation, meditation flowing into calligraphy, each activity informing and enhancing the others. Mornings often find you observing, or occasionally instructing selected members of Lord Hosokawa's samurai corps, not in formal classes, but in demonstrations that challenge conventional understanding. Your approach attracts both resistance and fascination. Traditionalists dismiss what they cannot categorize, while more flexible minds recognize the effectiveness that transcends familiar forms. You teach by questioning rather than answering, a promising young samurai observes after one such session. True understanding cannot be given, you reply. It must be discovered through direct experience. Afternoons bring varied activities, discussions with Lord Hosokawa on matters ranging from domain administration to philosophical texts, exploration of the region's natural beauty, development of your painting skills, which increasingly complement your swordsmanship as expressions of the same underlying principles. Different approaches to the same mountain, Lord Hosokawa observes afterward, his metaphor capturing the essence of what has been demonstrated. As seasons cycle from summer heat through autumn's maple flame to winter's white silence and back, to spring's renewal, your relationship with the Hosokawa household deepens while maintaining its unique character. You are neither fully inside nor outside traditional structures, a position that allows you to contribute perspectives unavailable to those more conventionally positioned. This liminal status extends beyond martial matters to broader cultural and administrative contexts. When Lord Hosokawa considers policy changes, your input often highlights dimensions others miss, not because you possess specialized knowledge of governance, but because your thinking naturally extends beyond conventional categories to perceive underlying patterns. You see with both detail and wholeness simultaneously, Lord Hosokawa comments, after you identify connections between seemingly unrelated problems affecting his domain's agriculture and trade. Most men achieve one at the expense of the other. Throughout these years of service, you maintain regular correspondence with fellow seekers encountered during your traveling period, masters of various arts, monks pursuing spiritual insight, scholars exploring Chinese classics that inform Japan's intellectual tradition. These exchanges help maintain the breadth of your perspective, preventing the narrowing that can occur even in enlightened service. The fish cannot know water until it experiences air. You write in one such letter to a Zen abbot who had offered significant insights during your wandering years. The bird cannot understand flight until it rests upon the earth. So must we occasionally step outside our familiar element to perceive it clearly. As these years unfold, your developing insights begin taking more formal shape through writing and artistic expression. What began as personal notes recording observations about swordsmanship gradually evolves toward more systematic articulation of principles, incorporating illustrations, strategic diagrams, and philosophical reflections that connect martial insights to broader understanding. Lord Hosokawa, recognizing the significance of this development, provides resources that support your creative process. Quality paper and ink for writing and painting, quiet spaces conducive to reflection, scribes, too, assist with producing more formal copies of your developing manuscripts. What you are creating transcends instruction in swordsmanship, he observes, examining preliminary drafts of what will later become sections of your major works. It offers a framework for understanding effectiveness in any endeavor. Your response acknowledges both the scope and limitations of your project. The sword has been my path, but the principles discovered through that path extend beyond its boundaries. Whether they prove useful to others will depend on each person's readiness to see beyond form to essence. As your 5th year with the Hosokawa clan approaches completion, external events create circumstances that will transition you toward the next phase of your journey. Political realignments within the Tokugawa system result in Lord Hosokawa being reassigned from Kumamoto to the Kokura domain, a significant administrative reorganization requiring extensive adaptation by his entire household. During this period of transition, you sense the appropriate timing for your own movement as well. The stability provided by these years with Lord Hosokawa has served its purpose in your development. New insights now begin calling you toward different experiences, different surroundings, different challenges, to refine your evolving understanding. I have sensed this shift in your attention, Lord Hosokawa says when you broach the subject during one of your evening discussions. Cherry blossoms once again, drifting through the garden as another spring reaches fullness. Your path has its own timing, just as a river follows its natural course regardless of what structures we build alongside it. Your departure from the Hosokawa household occurs with the same integrity that characterized your entire association, marked by mutual respect, genuine appreciation for what each has contributed to the other, recognition that true development sometimes requires movement beyond current circumstances. Lord Hosokawa provides not just material support for your transition, sufficient funds, letters of introduction to potential patrons in other regions, but something more valuable, explicit acknowledgement of how your presence has influenced his own understanding. You have shown that mastery transcends convention, he tells you during your final meeting, conducted not in formal audience, but during a shared walk through his favorite garden paths. This insight applies not just to swordsmanship, but to governance, to culture, to life itself. My administration of the new domain will reflect this understanding, even as you carry it forward in your own way. As you depart Kumamoto, traveling light as has been your custom since youth, you carry with you much that cannot be seen or weighed. Insights refined through these years of service, relationships that will continue through correspondence and occasional visits, a clearer vision of how your unique perspective might be most effectively shared with Japan in its emerging era of peace. The road stretches before you, leading now toward regions you have not yet explored, toward encounters that will further test and refine your understanding. Behind you, the castle walls of Kumamoto catch morning sunlight, their white surfaces gleaming against the green backdrop of surrounding hills, a fitting image of the structured stability that has supported one significant phase of your journey, while preparing you for the next. You walk steadily onward, each step both an ending and a beginning, each breath both a completion and an initiation. The bamboo groves lining the road sway gently in the spring breeze, demonstrating in their natural movement principles you have articulated through years of disciplined exploration, strength through flexibility, effectiveness through harmony, with what is rather than resistance to it. These principles will continue guiding your path forward, not as abstract theories, but as lived wisdom embodied in every aspect of your being. The mountains of service have provided their own unique perspective, an elevated vantage point from which to survey the landscape of possibility that stretches toward horizons not yet visible, but already calling you onward. The summer sun beats down upon the practice ground, dust rising in small clouds with each precise movement of your feet. Before you stand a circle of students, some young and eager, others weathered veterans of campaigns now passing into memory. All watch with undivided attention as you demonstrate the essence of what has become known as Nitten Ichi Ryu, the two heavens as one, school of swordsmanship that embodies your unique approach to the martial arts. 7 years have passed since your departure from Lord Hosokawa's service. These years have seen you continue your journey throughout Japan, sometimes teaching, sometimes studying, always refining the understanding that has emerged from decades of direct experience. Now, in this 40th year of your life, you have begun the systematic transmission of your insights to selected students, not establishing a traditional school with rigid hierarchies and codified techniques, but creating something more fluid, more fundamentally aligned with the principles you have discovered. The two swords are not separate entities, you explain, holding a katana in your right hand and wakizashi in your left, your stance neither rigid nor casual, but perfectly balanced between structure and freedom. Just as your two hands, though distinct, belong to one body and one mind, these blades express a unified perception, a unified intention. You demonstrate moving through forms that seem to flow like water, finding its natural course. The longer, katana and shorter, wakizashi, create complementary arcs, each supporting the other's purpose, neither competing for dominance in the integrated movement. Most swordsmen see the second blade as merely supplementary to the first. You continue, your voice carrying evenly across the practice ground despite the minimal volume. They attempt to use two swords as they would use one, merely doubling their technique without transforming their understanding. A student, a samurai in his early 30s, who has served in multiple campaigns, asks the question that has likely occurred to many present. How then should we conceive of the relationship between the two blades? You lower both swords, considering how to articulate something that emerged for you, not through instruction, but through direct discovery. Consider how water flows around obstacles, you reply finally. It does not attack the stone, it surrounds it. It does not resist the slope, it follows it. Similarly, the two swords should not oppose each other's purpose, but complete it. One creates space that the other utilizes, one draws attention, while the other resolves the situation. They are not two actions, but one action expressed through two instruments. To demonstrate this principle more concretely, you invite 4 students to attack you simultaneously from different directions, a challenge that conventional swordsmanship would consider nearly impossible to overcome. As they approach, your movement becomes even more fluid, the two blades creating a defensive sphere that seems to have no gaps, no vulnerabilities. Neither sword remains fixed in a primary role. Each shifts from defense to offense and back again as the situation requires. The transition so seamless that observers struggle to distinguish distinct techniques within the continuous flow. Within moments, all 4 attackers have been neutralized, not through superior speed or strength, but through perfect positioning, perfect timing, perfect awareness of the entire situation as it unfolds moment by moment. 2 swords, one mind, you repeat, as the demonstration concludes, not doubling your options, but transcending the very concept of separate options. This practice session in the outskirts of Edo, the rapidly expanding city that will eventually become Tokyo, represents one manifestation of your current phase, no longer a wandering ronin seeking challenges, nor a domain retainer with structured responsibilities. You now occupy a unique position in Japan's martial landscape, an independent master whose reputation draws serious students from diverse backgrounds, whose perspective is sought by those thoughtful enough to recognize its value. The development of Niten Ichi Ryu has occurred not through deliberate invention, but through organic discovery. Your earliest experiences with dual swords emerge not from formal training, but from practical necessity, situations where conventional approaches proved insufficient, where direct perception revealed possibilities beyond established forms. What began as intuitive experimentation gradually crystallized into systematic understanding. Through countless encounters, through meditation on principles observed in nature, through testing against increasingly skilled opposition, the essential insights of your approach have clarified themselves into a coherent yet ever-evolving whole. Unlike traditional schools that emphasize technique, passed unchanged through generations, your approach prioritizes the underlying principles that generate effective technique in any situation. Students who train with you learn not to replicate specific movements, but to develop the quality of awareness that allows appropriate movement to emerge naturally in response to each unique circumstance. Techniques are like fallen leaves. You tell your students during another session, this one conducted indoors as autumn rain transforms the practice ground to mud. They appear solid, defined, separate from one another. Principles are like the branches from which leaves grow. fewer in number, connected to the same trunk and roots, generating endless variations according to their nature. This emphasis on principle over technique distinguishes your teaching from conventional instruction. Where others might spend years perfecting a catalogue of specific forms, your students focus on developing qualities of perception, timing, and natural movement that transcend formal categories. The highest technique is no technique, you explain, to a particularly promising student who has struggled to abandon his prior training's emphasis on perfect replication of established forms, not because technique is unnecessary, but because true mastery allows technique to emerge spontaneously from complete awareness of the present situation. Beyond the practice ground, your understanding of dual swordsmanship continues finding expression through writing and illustration. What began years earlier as personal notes has evolved into systematic articulation of principles, creating what will eventually become one section of your comprehensive work on strategy and effectiveness. Your living arrangements during this period remain characteristically simple. Rather than establishing a formal dojo with attendant infrastructure, you maintain a modest residence that serves both as living quarters and teaching space. Students often provide for your basic needs in exchange for instruction, a reciprocal arrangement that preserves your independence while ensuring practical necessities. This simplicity extends to your personal habits as well. Despite growing recognition and the material opportunities it might provide, you continue living with minimal possessions, dressing plainly, eating simply, choices reflecting not ascetic denial, but focused prioritization of what truly matters. In your continuing development, evening finds you seated at a low writing table, brush moving across paper with the same fluid precision that characterizes your swordplay. By lamplight, you work on diagrams illustrating principles of dual sword movement, not detailed technical instructions, but visual expressions of underlying concepts. A knock at your door interrupts this work. Your visitor, announced by a student, who acts as occasional attendant, is unexpected but not unwelcome. A senior retainer from the Tokugawa administration, a man whose intelligence and integrity have earned him influence beyond his formal position. Musashi-san, he begins after. Formal greetings have been exchanged and tea served. Your reputation continues to spread in interesting directions. You wait, neither encouraging nor discouraging, whatever purpose has brought him to your door at this hour. Patience has become as natural to you as breathing, the capacity to allow situations to reveal themselves rather than imposing expectations upon them. The shogun himself has expressed interest in your unique perspective, the retainer continues, choosing his words with evident care. Particularly your approach to strategy beyond the immediate context of swordsmanship. This revelation clarifies the purpose of the visit. The current shogun, Tokugawa Iemitsu, grandson of the regime's founder, faces challenges different from those his predecessors encountered. The military unification of Japan has been achieved. Now the greater challenge lies in maintaining stable governance across diverse regions with their own traditions and interests. What began as intuitive experimentation gradually crystallized into systematic understanding. Through countless encounters, through meditation on principles observed in nature, through testing against increasingly skilled opposition, the essential insights of your approach have clarified themselves into a coherent yet ever-evolving whole. Unlike traditional schools that emphasize technique passed unchanged through generations, your approach prioritizes the underlying principles that generate effective technique in any situation. Students who train with you learn not to replicate specific movements, but to develop the quality of awareness that allows appropriate movement to emerge naturally in response to each unique circumstance. Techniques are like fallen leaves. You tell your students during another session This one conducted indoors as autumn rain transforms the practice ground to mud. They appear solid, defined, separate from one another. Principles are like the branches from which leaves grow, fewer in number, connected to the same trunk and roots, generating endless variations according to their nature. This emphasis on principle over technique distinguishes your teaching from conventional instruction. Where others might spend years perfecting a catalogue of specific forms, your students focus on developing qualities of perception, timing, and natural movement that transcend formal categories. The highest technique is no technique, you explain, to a particularly promising student who has struggled to abandon his prior training's emphasis on perfect replication of established forms. Not because technique is unnecessary, but because true mastery allows technique to emerge spontaneously from complete awareness of the present situation. Beyond the practice ground, your understanding of dual swordsmanship continues finding expression through writing and illustration. What began years earlier as personal notes has evolved into systematic articulation of principles, creating what will eventually become one section of your comprehensive work on strategy and effectiveness. Your living arrangements during this period remain characteristically simple. Rather than establishing a formal dojo with attendant infrastructure, you maintain a modest residence that serves both as living quarters and teaching space. Students often provide for your basic needs in exchange for instruction, a reciprocal arrangement that preserves your independence while ensuring practical necessities. This simplicity extends to your personal habits as well. Despite growing recognition and the material opportunities it might provide, you continue living with minimal possessions, dressing plainly, eating simply, choices reflecting not ascetic denial, but focused prioritization of what truly matters. In your continuing development, evening finds you seated at a low writing table, brush moving across paper with the same fluid precision that characterizes your swordplay. By lamplight, you work on diagrams illustrating principles of dual sword movement, not detailed technical instructions, but visual expressions of underlying concepts. A knock at your door interrupts this work. Your visitor, announced by a student, who acts as occasional attendant, is unexpected but not unwelcome. A senior retainer from the Tokugawa administration, a man whose intelligence and integrity have earned him influence beyond his formal position. Musashi-san, he begins after. Formal greetings have been exchanged and tea served. Your reputation continues to spread in interesting directions. You wait, neither encouraging nor discouraging whatever purpose has brought him to your door at this hour. Patience has become as natural to you as breathing, the capacity to allow situations to reveal themselves rather than imposing expectations upon them. The shogun himself has expressed interest in your unique perspective, the retainer continues, choosing his words with evident care. Particularly your approach to strategy beyond the immediate context of swordsmanship. This revelation clarifies the purpose of the visit. The current shogun, Tokugawa Iemitsu, grandson of the regime's founder, faces challenges different from those his predecessors encountered. The military unification of Japan has been achieved. Now the greater challenge lies in maintaining stable governance across diverse regions with their own traditions and interests. The meeting concludes with neither specific commitments nor formal appointments, an outcome aligned with both your preference for independence and the shogun's preference for maintaining multiple sources of counsel without creating rigid obligations. Yet, it establishes a connection that will occasionally be renewed in coming years, allowing your perspective to inform aspects of governance in ways subtle but potentially significant. Returning to your regular activities after this unusual interlude, you find that the dual sword methodology continues evolving through daily practice and teaching. What began as practical innovation has matured into systematic understanding without losing its essential flexibility its responsiveness to immediate reality. The two swords represent not just physical instruments but complementary aspects of awareness, you explain during a session with advanced students, most of whom have trained with you for several years. The left hand knows what the right is doing, not through communication, but through unity of purpose. Similarly, perception and action are not separate functions, but different expressions of the same underlying reality. This integration, this unity discovered within apparent duality, increasingly characterizes not just your approach to swordsmanship, but your entire orientation toward experience. The distinctions that seem absolute to conventional understanding between self and other, between action and non-action, between martial and spiritual domains, reveal themselves as relative rather than absolute, as perspectives rather than inherent divisions in reality itself. Your students, depending on their own development and inclination, absorb different dimensions of this understanding. Some focus primarily on the practical effectiveness your approach provides in combat scenarios. Others recognize its application to broader life challenges. A few begin to glimpse the philosophical implications that extend beyond any specific application. The principle remains the same whether wielding two swords, one sword, no sword at all, or governing a domain. You tell a particularly perceptive student who has begun assisting with instructing newer arrivals. The instrument changes. The underlying reality does not. This recognition that principles discovered through one domain of experience apply across all domains guides your continuing development of what will eventually become your comprehensive written legacy. The insights specific to dual swordsmanship find their place within this larger framework, neither elevated above nor subordinated below other expressions of the same fundamental understanding. As your fifth decade approaches, physical changes naturally affect your practice and teaching. While still remarkably vital, you notice subtle shifts in endurance, in recovery time, in the body's response to demands placed upon it. Rather than resisting these changes or denying their reality, you incorporate them into your continuing evolution, adapting your approach not through compromise but through deeper understanding. The young warrior relies on strength and speed, you observe to a senior student who has himself begun noticing the effects of advancing years. The mature warrior relies on positioning and timing. The master relies on perception that eliminates unnecessary movement altogether. This progression from external attributes toward increasingly refined internal qualities characterizes your own development. Techniques that once required significant physical commitment now achieve the same results through minimal exertion, through perfect alignment with the fundamental principles operating in each situation. Your dual sword methodology reflects this evolution particularly clearly. Where earlier expressions might have emphasized the active role of both blades simultaneously, your mature approach often features subtle coordination that accomplishes more through less. The left hand creating conditions that the right hand utilizes the shorter blade, establishing position that the longer blade resolves, the defensive aspect enabling the offensive without division between them. Economy of effort, you explain during a demonstration that leaves senior martial artists from traditional schools visibly astonished at its effectiveness despite its apparent simplicity. Not through withholding energy, but through applying it precisely where and when it serves its purpose, no more, no less. This principle extends beyond physical technique to every aspect of your approach, to teaching, to writing, to daily living. Unnecessary elaboration falls away not through deliberate minimalism, but through natural recognition of what each situation actually requires versus what habit or convention might dictate. As your understanding of Nita Nichiryu reaches its mature expression, students who have trained with you sufficiently long begin establishing their own teaching lineages in various regions of Japan. Unlike traditional schools with strict hierarchical transmission, you encourage these students to maintain the living spirit of inquiry that characterizes your approach rather than fossilizing specific techniques. What I have shared is not a finished system but a beginning point, you tell these senior students as they prepare to depart for their own regions. The principles remain constant. Their expression must evolve with each person, each situation, each era. Preserve not the form but the insight from which form emerges. This perspective, simultaneously honoring continuity and embracing change, ensures that your influence will extend beyond your physical presence, not as rigid doctrine requiring defense against innovation, but as fertile ground from which new understanding may continually emerge. Throughout the years devoted to developing and transmitting the dual sword methodology, you maintain the broader practices that have supported your overall development. Meditation that cultivates the quality of awareness essential to your approach, calligraphy and painting that extend the same principles into aesthetic domains, regular immersion in natural settings that continuously refresh your perception of fundamental patterns. These integrated practices prevent your martial focus from narrowing into mere technical specialization. The swordsman who discovers effectiveness through harmony with natural principles remains simultaneously the calligrapher whose brush captures essential qualities rather than mere appearances, the strategist whose insights apply across multiple domains, the philosopher whose understanding emerges from direct experience rather than abstract theory. One autumn evening, as maple leaves begin their transformation from green to gold and crimson, you sit beside a small garden pond at your temporary residence, watching the interaction between water and wind, between reflected sky and actual sky, between swimming carp and their shadows on the pond's bottom. A senior student approaches respectfully, having observed your contemplation from a distance. "Sensei," he begins hesitantly, "I have been practicing the dual sword forms daily as instructed, yet something seems missing in my execution compared to your demonstration." You consider his question, watching a leaf spiral down from a maple branch to land gently on the pond's surface. Ripples spread outward in perfect circles from this point of contact, temporarily distorting the reflected images of clouds and trees. "You are still trying to use two swords," you reply finally. His confusion is evident. "Is that not the essence of Niten Ichi Ryu?" "No." You gesture toward the pond where the ripples have subsided, the surface once again reflecting sky and surrounding landscape with perfect clarity. The essence is discovering that there are not two swords, just as there is not water and reflection, but simply this. You gesture toward the entirety of the scene before you, expressing itself through apparent duality. The student's expression reveals the beginning of understanding, not intellectual comprehension, but direct recognition of something his practice has been approaching without fully realizing. "Two heavens as one," he murmurs, repeating the name that has come to identify your approach. You nod, returning your attention to the pond, where a carp has risen to investigate the fallen maple leaf, creating new ripples that interact with the contours of the pond's edge, patterns forming and dissolving in continuous flow. This moment, this quiet exchange beside an autumn pond, captures the essence of how your understanding continues developing and transmitting itself through these years dedicated to the dual sword methodology, not through elaborate instruction or rigid discipline, but through creating conditions where direct perception becomes possible, where understanding emerges naturally when readiness meets opportunity. As evening deepens toward night, lanterns are lit within the residence. Their warm glow reflects on the pond surface alongside stars now appearing in the darkening sky. Another expression of the same principle, apparent duality revealing itself as unified reality when perceived with clear awareness. You remain by the pond until full darkness envelops the garden, listening to the sound of evening insects, feeling the cooling air against your skin, watching the transformation of the visible world into patterns of shadow and light. Throughout this simple experience, the understanding that has emerged through decades of martial development continues refining itself, not as separate wisdom, but as direct participation in the flowing unity that underlies all apparent separation. Two blades, one mind; two hands, one body; two eyes, one vision. Duality and unity not as opposing concepts, but as complementary expressions of reality, as it actually presents itself in each unique, unrepeatable moment. This understanding, discovered through the specific path of dual swordsmanship, yet transcending any particular form, will continue informing every aspect of your journey forward, flowing like the underground spring that nourishes visible growth without itself being seen, expressing itself through each action, each creation, each interaction that constitutes your continuing exploration of the way. Pre-dawn light filters through paper screens, casting soft shadows across the tatami floor of your simple dwelling. Outside, the first birds begin their morning songs, hesitant notes that will soon swell into the full chorus of daybreak. You kneel before a low writing table, brush poised above blank paper, breathing steady and deep in the cool morning air. This moment of stillness before creation has become a central ritual in your life's rhythm. As your sixth decade approaches, the integration of martial and artistic disciplines has deepened into something beyond mere complementary practices. The brush and the sword have revealed themselves as different expressions of the same underlying principles, different instruments through which the same awareness manifests its understanding. With fluid movement requiring no conscious decision, the brush descends to paper, ink flowing in a continuous line that captures the essence of a mountain landscape, not through detailed representation, but through essential gesture that suggests rather than describes. Few strokes, perfect placement, absolute commitment without hesitation, the same qualities that define your swordsmanship now find expression through artistic creation. The painting emerges not as planned composition, but as natural response to the empty space, to the quality of morning light, to the birds' song filtering through the walls, to the breath moving through your body. When complete, it stands as a visual haiku, capturing the mountain's presence, not through elaboration, but through essential simplicity that allows the viewer's mind to complete what has been suggested rather than explicitly stated. This morning's artistic practice represents merely one facet of the integration that characterizes your current phase of development. In the 20 years since your formulation of the Niten Ichi Ryu approach to swordsmanship, your creative expression has expanded into multiple domains while maintaining the unified awareness that underlies them all. Your calligraphy, once merely functional, has evolved into a recognized style that collectors and connoisseurs now seek for its distinctive quality, a blend of disciplined technique and intuitive freedom that reflects your overall approach to life's arts. Particularly noted are your renderings of Zen phrases and poems, where the visual form of the characters embodies the meaning as directly as the words themselves. Your painting, primarily in the Sumi-e ink tradition, focuses on subjects that reveal fundamental principles through natural forms, mountains that embody stability within change, rivers that demonstrate strength through flexibility, birds that express freedom within pattern, branches that show how life finds its unique expression within environmental constraints. Critics and collectors who encounter your artistic works without knowing your martial background often comment on the unusual vitality present in even your simplest compositions. Say, quality they struggle to define but consistently recognize. Those familiar with both aspects of your practice understand that this vitality emerges from the same source that informs your swordsmanship, complete presence manifesting through disciplined technique without being limited by it. As morning light strengthens, you complete your artistic practice, clean your brushes with methodical care, and prepare for the day's other activities. Unlike your younger years of constant travel or formal service, your current life follows a more balanced rhythm, dividing time between teaching selected students, refining your various practices, writing the works that will constitute your philosophical legacy, and periods of solitary reflection that integrate these diverse experiences. Today's schedule includes instruction for a small group of dedicated students who have been studying with you for several years. They arrive mid-morning, bowing respectfully as they enter the practice area adjacent to your living quarters, a simple space of packed earth surrounded by pine trees, offering both privacy and natural beauty conducive to focused training. Today, we will explore the relationship between center and periphery. You begin after formal greetings have been exchanged. Both in combat and in life, effectiveness emerges from maintaining awareness that is simultaneously focused and expansive. The instruction that follows moves seamlessly between physical demonstration and philosophical exploration. You guide students through exercises that develop this integrated awareness, maintaining perfect attention to the opponent directly before, then while simultaneously perceiving the entire environment, including potential threats or opportunities beyond immediate focus. The artist faces the same challenge, you explain, as students practice in pairs under your watchful eye. Too much focus on detail loses the composition's wholeness. Too much attention to the overall effect neglects the precision that gives our work its life. The master maintains both simultaneously, seeing the individual brushstroke and the complete painting in the same moment. This integration of artistic and martial principles characterizes all your teaching during this period. Students who come seeking merely technical proficiency in swordsmanship gradually discover that effective technique emerges naturally from developing the qualities of perception, timing, and responsiveness that apply across all domains of skillful action. Those with sufficient maturity begin to understand that you are teaching something beyond sword techniques or artistic methods, that the true subject of your instruction is a way of being that manifests differently according to context but maintains its essential nature regardless of the specific activity through which it expresses itself. After the morning's instruction concludes, you spend the afternoon working on what will become your most comprehensive written work, the book that will eventually be known as the Book of Five Rings. Unlike your paintings and calligraphy, which emerge from immediate response to present circumstances, this written legacy requires sustained, systematic articulation of insights developed throughout your lifetime. The text evolves not as abstract theory, but as practical wisdom grounded in direct experience. Each principle described, each strategy outlined, each distinction clarified, emerges from specific situations encountered and understood through decades of testing against reality, rather than merely against conceptual frameworks. You approach this writing with the same integration of discipline and intuitive flow that characterizes your other practices. Some days the brush moves steadily for hours, capturing insights with remarkable clarity. Other days involve more contemplation than production, allowing understanding to ripen fully before finding expression through words. Today's writing focuses on the relationship between technical proficiency and underlying principle, specifically addressing how excessive attachment to technique ultimately limits effectiveness. Your brush moves steadily across paper as you articulate this understanding. The true way of martial arts does not lie in merely mastering many techniques. If you follow the principles and acquire the true spirit of the way, you will be able to act appropriately in any situation, even with a technique you have never practiced. Technical knowledge alone creates limitations where none need exist. This theme The relationship between form and freedom, between structure and spontaneity, appears consistently throughout your written work, reflecting its central importance in your overall understanding. The true master, you maintain, neither clings to established forms nor abandons them entirely, but rather comprehends the principles from which effective forms naturally emerge in response to actual conditions. Evening brings a different dimension to your integrated practice. As shadows lengthen across the garden, you receive a visitor who has traveled specifically to view your artistic works. A wealthy merchant with genuine aesthetic sensitivity who has heard of the unusual vitality present in your paintings and calligraphy. You welcome him with simple courtesy, serving tea prepared with the same mindful attention that guides your other activities. The conversation that follows reveals him to be sincerely interested in understanding rather than merely acquiring status through possession of works by a renowned swordsman. "I have seen much fine calligraphy," he comments as you present several recent scrolls for his consideration, "but yours has a quality I find difficult to describe, as though the characters themselves contain energy rather than merely representing it. The energy comes not from the brush, but from complete presence in the moment of creation," you explain, selecting a particular scroll that demonstrates this quality especially clearly. When there is no separation between artist and expression, between intention and action, the result naturally conveys this unity. The merchant studies the work with evident appreciation, his eyes moving from one character to the next, absorbing not just their formal qualities, but the ineffable sense
of aliveness they contain.
It is the same in successful commerce, he observes unexpectedly. When attention divides between profit and process, both suffer. When fully present to the actual exchange occurring, success follows naturally. This recognition that principles transcend the specific domains in which they are discovered affirms your understanding that true mastery in any field reveals insights applicable across all fields. The sword, the brush, the merchant's scale, the farmer's plough, all become instruments through which fundamental reality expresses itself when approached with appropriate awareness. After your visitor departs with several selected works and genuine gratitude for the conversation that accompanied them, you spend the day's final hours in meditation as darkness settles over the landscape. Seated in perfect stillness on the wooden ingawa that faces your garden, you maintain the same quality of attention, whether focusing on breath, on distant mountain silhouettes now barely visible against the night sky, or on the subtle shifts in evening air against your skin. This meditation, this profound restfulness within complete wakefulness, integrates the day's various activities, the morning's artistic creation, the student's instruction, the afternoon's writing, the evening's aesthetic discussion. All flow together not as separate experiences to be categorized, but as continuous expression of the same underlying reality perceived from different perspectives, through different instruments, within different contexts. The following days unfold with similar integration, though with variations that prevent any rigid routine from crystallizing into mere habit. Some mornings find you practicing sword forms rather than brush painting. Some afternoons involve long walks through surrounding mountains rather than focused writing. Some evenings bring different visitors or solitary reflection rather than formal meditation. Throughout these varied activities, the artistic dimension of your practice continues developing alongside and intertwined with the martial dimension. Your painting evolves toward even greater economy of expression, fewer brushstrokes achieving more comprehensive suggestion, empty space playing increasingly significant role in the overall composition, balance between structure and spontaneity, becoming ever more seamless. Particularly noteworthy during this period is your series of paintings featuring birds on branches, subjects that allow exploration of the relationship between movement and stillness. between individual expression and environmental context, between freedom and form. These works capture not merely the visual appearance of their subjects, but the essential quality of their being, the alertness of a shrike poised on a winter branch, the transient perching of a swallow during spring migration, the meditative stillness of an owl in evening shadow. A Zen abbot who visits specifically to view these paintings observes what others have sensed but struggled to articulate. You have captured not birds but bird nature, not branches but branch nature. These are not representations but presentations of reality itself. This insight that true art presents rather than represents, that it embodies rather than depicts, aligns perfectly with your understanding of effective swordsmanship, which emerges not from imitating established forms but from embodying the principles that generate appropriate form in each unique situation. Your calligraphy during this period increasingly focuses on Zen phrases and poems that themselves address this non-dual relationship between form and emptiness, between discipline and freedom, between conventional distinction and underlying unity. The visual embodiment of these concepts through your brushwork creates works where medium and message achieve remarkable integration. The meaning expressed not just through the semantic content of the characters, but through their very formation on the page. One autumn evening, as maple leaves begin their transformation toward crimson brilliance, you host a gathering that brings together several dimensions of your practice. Students from your martial instruction join with collectors of your artistic works, local scholars interested in your strategic writings, and monks from a nearby Zen temple, a diverse assembly united by appreciation for different expressions of the same underlying understanding. The evening unfolds not as formal presentation but as organic exchange, with demonstrations of both martial and artistic principles, readings from your developing manuscripts, discussions that explore connections between apparently diverse domains of human endeavor. What emerges through this gathering is not merely appreciation for your individual accomplishments, but recognition of the integrated understanding that underlies them all. The master sees with the same eyes regardless of what is viewed, observes an elderly scholar, as conversation deepens with the evening. Whether looking at an opponent's stance, a blank page awaiting the brush, or the pattern of stars above a mountain, the quality of perception remains constant. You acknowledge this insight with a slight nod, then elaborate. The eyes themselves matter less than what stands behind them. When awareness is unclouded by preference or aversion, by hope or fear, by conceptual limitation or emotional distortion, it perceives directly what is present rather than merely what is expected or desired. This quality of direct perception, this ability to see reality as it actually presents itself rather than as conventional understanding, categorizes it, underlies both your artistic creations and your martial effectiveness. The brush captures the essence of a landscape not by reproducing its appearance but by responding to its fundamental nature. The sword finds its perfect path not by following predetermined technique but by harmonizing with the actual situation as it unfolds. As the gathering continues into night, lanterns casting warm light across faces, animated by genuine exchange, the integration of martial discipline and artistic sensitivity becomes increasingly apparent to all present. Your calligraphy demonstrations reveal the same qualities of decisive action, perfect timing, and complete commitment that characterize your swordsmanship. Your explanations of combat strategy employ metaphors drawn from artistic composition and natural harmony. In both sword and brush, you explain in response to a question about this relationship, effectiveness emerges from balance between opposing qualities, between strength and flexibility, between discipline and spontaneity, between tradition and innovation. The master maintains equilibrium between these apparent opposites, recognizing them not as contradictions requiring choice, but as complementary aspects of unified understanding. When guests eventually depart into the autumn night, each carries away something beyond specific techniques or concepts, an impression of possibilities that exist when artificial boundaries between disciplines dissolve. When understanding discovered through one path illuminates all paths, when life itself becomes the ultimate art, requiring neither brush nor sword, but only complete presence brought to each moment as it arises. The following morning you rise before dawn as usual, kneeling before blank paper in the gentle darkness preceding sunrise. The brush descends to paper with neither hesitation nor haste, ink flowing to form characters from the Heart Sutra. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Each stroke embodying this understanding not as abstract concept, but as direct expression. This morning's calligraphy, created in the quiet interval between night and day, captures something essential about your current phase. The seamless integration of martial and artistic practices, revealing them as different expressions of the same underlying reality, different instruments through which the same awareness manifests its understanding of life's fundamental nature. As sunlight gradually illuminates your simple dwelling, the completed calligraphy rests on your writing table, brushstrokes both, powerful and delicate, precisely formed yet flowing with natural vitality, embodying tradition while transcending conventional limitation. Like your swordsmanship, like your painting, like your strategic writing, like your very way of being in the world, it presents a perspective where apparent opposites reveal themselves as complementary aspects of an integrated whole, where ink and steel, creation and destruction, discipline and freedom, form and emptiness exist not as separated domains, but as unified reality expressing itself through endless variation. The brush rests beside the completed work. Outside, birds continue their morning songs. The day opens before you with possibilities as blank and full of potential as the paper had been before receiving ink. Another opportunity to manifest through every action, whether martial or artistic, the understanding that has emerged through decades of dedicated exploration. That mastery in any domain ultimately reveals principles applicable to all domains. That the path of the sword and the path of the brush eventually converge in the greater way that encompasses and transcends them both. The wooden floor of your mountain dwelling creaks gently as you rise from sleep, joints registering the passage of years with quiet insistence. Outside, pre-dawn darkness still envelops the landscape, stars visible through the small window, gradually fading as eastern skies begin their subtle transition toward day. You are 60 years old now, your body bearing the accumulated evidence of a life lived with full intensity, scars from countless encounters, calluses from decades of sword practice, hands shaped by both weapon and brush. This mountain retreat, nestled among pine-covered slopes in the Kumano region, has become your primary residence in recent years. Its simplicity suits your nature. Its isolation provides the quiet necessary for the work that now occupies much of your attention. The systematic articulation of understanding developed throughout your lifetime, organized into a comprehensive guide for those who will come after. The work has gradually taken form as 5 interconnected scrolls, each addressing a different dimension of strategy and effectiveness, each named after an element recognized in both Buddhist and Shinto traditions: earth, water, fire, wind, and void. Together, they will constitute what will become known as Go-Rin no Sho with the Book of 5 Rings, your most comprehensive written legacy. Morning rituals remain constant despite advancing age. You begin with subtle movements that maintain flexibility and circulation, not the vigorous training of youth, but the mindful cultivation appropriate to your current season. These physical practices transition naturally into meditation, your breathing deepening and steadying as awareness settles into perfect attention, neither grasping at thoughts nor pushing them away, simply observing their arising and passing, like clouds moving across the sky. With body and mind thus prepared, you turn to the day's writing. The table before you holds the partially completed manuscript of the Earth Book, the first section of your comprehensive work, addressing fundamental principles that support all effective strategy, just as Earth provides foundation for all physical structures. Your brush moves across paper with practiced efficiency, continuing from yesterday's work. The way of strategy is the way of nature. When you appreciate the power of nature, knowing the rhythm of any situation, you will be able to hit the enemy naturally and strike naturally. All this is the way of the void. You pause, considering whether this reference to the void, the subject of your final book, might create confusion for readers encountering it in the initial Earth section. After reflection, you decide to retain it, recognizing that these interconnections between apparently separate elements reflect the very understanding you wish to convey, that divisions between domains exist primarily in conventional thinking, rather than in reality itself. The morning passes in steady writing, interrupted occasionally by periods of contemplation when certain concepts require particularly careful articulation. You are well aware that language itself imposes limitations, that words can point toward understanding but never fully contain it. Yet you persist, recognizing the value of creating a guide for those unable to receive direct transmission of your insights. By midday, hunger reminds you of physical needs. You prepare a simple meal of rice, pickled vegetables, and fish, dried, during autumn's abundance for winter sustenance. Eating mindfully, you appreciate the silent support of farmers, fishermen, and merchants whose labor provides this nourishment, another expression of interconnection that transcends apparent separation. After eating, you walk along mountain paths that have become familiar through daily traversal. Though less physically vigorous than in earlier decades, you maintain remarkable condition for your age, moving with the efficient grace that has always characterized your presence, conserving energy through perfect attention to necessary action, without wasted effort. These daily walks serve multiple purposes, maintaining physical health, refreshing mental clarity through contact with natural surroundings, and providing direct observation of principles described in your writing. Today, particular attention goes to a stream encountered along your usual route, its movement through varied terrain, offering visible demonstration of adaptability, of finding efficient path through acceptance rather than resistance, qualities central to the Water Book, your second manuscript. Returning to your dwelling as afternoon shadows lengthen, you resume writing with renewed focus, now addressing aspects of timing, the coordination between perception, decision, and action that determines effectiveness in any endeavor. There is timing in everything. Timing in strategy cannot be mastered without a great deal of practice. Timing is important in dancing and pipe or string music, for they are in rhythm only if timing is good. Timing and rhythm are also involved in the military arts, shooting bows and guns, and riding horses. In all skills and abilities, there is timing. This passage flows naturally from your morning observations of the stream, where timing, the relationship between water's movement and the specific contours it encounters, determines the efficiency and effectiveness of its journey from mountain to sea. Such natural connections between apparently separate domains characterize your entire approach to understanding and transmission. As evening approaches, a visitor arrives, one of your senior students, who serves as occasional messenger between your mountain retreat and the wider world. He brings supplies, correspondence from other students now teaching in various regions, and news of political developments that might eventually affect even this relatively isolated area. Over simple tea shared by lamplight, he reports with particular interest on growing recognition of your artistic works among collectors and connoisseurs in major cities. Paintings and calligraphy created years earlier now commanding considerable value and stimulating discussion among those who appreciate the unusual vitality they contain. They debate whether to categorize you primarily as swordsman or artist, the student mentions with subtle amusement. Knowing how artificial you consider such distinctions, categories exist in minds, not in reality, you respond, pouring more tea for both of you. The brush and sword express the same understanding through different instruments, just as wind and water manifest the same forces through different elements. After your visitor departs to sleep in the small adjacent structure provided for occasional guests, you return to evening meditation, breathing gradually slowing, awareness expanding to include both immediate surroundings and the vastness of night sky visible through your window, stars emerging one by one as darkness deepens. This rhythm continues through changing seasons, writing, developing steadily through spring's renewal, summer's abundance, autumn's transition, winter's stillness. Each element manuscript completes itself in appropriate time, neither rushed nor delayed, each capturing a distinct dimension of strategic understanding while maintaining connection to the whole. The Earth Book establishes fundamental principles, the ground upon which all effectiveness stands, addressing basic stances, proper mindset, and the relationship between specific techniques and underlying purpose. Like Earth itself, these principles provide stability through their solidity, reliability through their constancy. The Water Book explores adaptability, how strategy flows according to circumstances rather than imposing predetermined forms, regardless of situation. Like water finding its natural course around obstacles, effective approach adjusts continuously to actual conditions rather than clinging to fixed ideas about how things should be. The Fire Book examines timing and intensity, how effectiveness depends not merely on what action is taken, but when and with what quality of commitment. Like fire, which transforms according to what it encounters, strategic application varies in intensity and expression depending on specific circumstances while maintaining its essential nature. The Wind Book addresses different traditions and approaches, how various schools develop their particular methods, their strengths and limitations, their relationship to fundamental principles that transcend any specific lineage. Like wind, which takes different characteristics according to season and terrain while remaining essentially itself, these approaches offer various perspectives on common principles. Finally, the Void Book, the shortest yet most profound section, explores the ultimate source from which all effective strategy emerges, the quality of awareness that transcends conceptual frameworks while operating through them, that remains spacious while engaging precisely, that sees reality directly rather than merely through accumulated ideas about reality. Throughout this methodical writing, your artistic practice continues as complementary expression of the same understanding. Paintings created during this period exhibit remarkable economy, few brush strokes achieving maximum evocation, empty space playing increasingly significant role in overall composition, balance between precision and spontaneity approaching perfect integration. Particularly notable are paintings featuring natural subjects that embody principles articulated in your strategic writings. Mountains demonstrating stability within change, rivers illustrating adaptability within purpose, birds expressing freedom within pattern, bamboo showing resilience through flexibility. These works function simultaneously as aesthetic creations and as visual articulations of the same insights explored through written word. Your calligraphy during this period often features phrases selected from Buddhist or Taoist texts that parallel your own discoveries, creating works where the meaning expressed through words and the quality expressed through brushwork achieve remarkable harmony, neither subordinate to the other but perfectly integrated as unified expression. As your 61st year unfolds into your 62nd, you sense the manuscript's approaching completion, not through arbitrary deadline, but through natural maturation, like fruit ripening according to its inherent timing.
rather than external schedule.
The writing process itself embodies the very principles it describes: patience without laziness, commitment without attachment, clarity without rigidity. One evening, as spring gives way to early summer, you complete the final section of the Void Book, the culmination of your comprehensive work. The brush makes its last stroke, then rests beside the completed manuscript. For several moments you remain perfectly still, breathing steady, awareness embracing both the tangible results before you and the intangible understanding they attempt to convey. The completed Book of Five Rings represents not conclusion, but threshold, not final statement, but invitation to direct discovery. Its value lies not in providing answers, but in clarifying questions, not in establishing doctrine, but in illuminating principles that each reader must verify through personal experience. As darkness settles over your mountain retreat, you step outside to observe stars emerging in the clear evening sky. The air carries the scent of pine and distant flowering plants, cool against your skin after the day's warmth. Sounds of night creatures, frogs by the nearby stream, occasional owl calls from surrounding forest, create natural accompaniment to your quiet contemplation. Tomorrow will bring continuation, more writing to refine the manuscripts, more artistic creation to complement them, more cultivation of the awareness that underlies both. The work is never truly finished, only carried forward with increasing subtlety, increasing economy, increasing harmony between intention and expression. For now, standing beneath stars that have witnessed countless generations of human striving, you experience neither pride in accomplishment nor anxiety about reception, neither attachment to preservation nor indifference to transmission. There is simply this moment, this breath, this awareness that has found expression through sword and brush, and now, through systematic articulation, different instruments, same understanding, continuous unfolding of the way that encompasses them all. The cave known as Reigando sits nestled among forested hills of Kyushu, its entrance partially hidden by vegetation, its interior extending into darkness, punctuated by occasional shafts of light filtering through natural openings in the rock ceiling. This ancient space, long associated with spiritual practice, has become your primary residence during these final years of life's journey. You sit near the cave's entrance, where light remains sufficient for your continuing work. Writing, painting, refinement of the manuscripts that will constitute your legacy. Now in your 63rd year, you feel mortality's presence not with fear or resistance, but with the same clear perception that has guided your path through each of life's seasons. Recent months have brought increasing physical challenges, episodes of coughing that leave you breathless, occasional pain that radiates through your chest like fire moving through dry grass, gradual diminishment of the remarkable physical prowess that once defined your presence in the world. Local physicians have offered their limited understanding, their herbs and acupuncture providing temporary relief without addressing the fundamental progression. Yet even as your body shows signs of approaching its natural conclusion, your mind maintains the crystalline clarity that has characterized your mature understanding. If anything, physical limitation has further refined your perception, removing distractions of unnecessary activity, focusing attention on essential rather than incidental aspects of experience, clarifying priorities as available time reveals itself as genuinely finite. The decision to establish residence in Reigando came not from dramatic revelation, but from natural recognition. the same intuitive understanding that has guided significant transitions throughout your life, indicating that this location offered appropriate conditions for your final work. The cave's simplicity suits your lifelong preference for essentials over elaboration. Its seclusion provides space for undistracted contemplation. Its natural acoustics create an environment where even silence seems to resonate with meaning. Days within Reigando follow rhythms established through decades of disciplined practice, adjusted for current circumstances. You rise with first light, filtering through the cave entrance, performing gentle movements that maintain remaining flexibility and circulation. Meditation follows naturally, breath deepening and steadying despite occasional disruption from coughing episodes, awareness settling into the spacious attention that has become your fundamental orientation toward experience. Morning hours typically focus on continued refinement of your written legacy, reviewing completed manuscripts of the Book of Five Rings, creating supplementary documents addressing specific questions raised by visiting students, occasionally writing letters to those carrying forward aspects of your teaching in various regions throughout Japan. Today's writing addresses a question posed by a promising student during his most recent visit: how understanding developed through martial disciplines might apply to governance in an era of increasing peace. Your brush moves steadily across paper despite the subtle tremor that has developed in recent months. In strategy, it is important to see distant things as if they were close and to take a distanced view of close things. This principle applies equally to administration of a domain or a household. The leader must perceive both immediate details and distant consequences, maintaining perspective that encompasses both without being captured by either. You pause, considering whether this articulation sufficiently conveys the integration of immediate perception and broader awareness that characterizes effective leadership in any context. After reflection, you continue with a more specific application. When a problem arises in governance, many leaders respond either with immediate force that ignores long-term consequences or with delayed deliberation that misses crucial timing. The principle of proper distance teaches immediate response that incorporates awareness of extended impact, like a swordsman who acts in the present moment while maintaining awareness of the entire battlefield. This integration of immediate and extended perspectives, this ability to respond directly to present circumstances while maintaining awareness of broader context, represents one of many principles discovered through martial discipline that find application across all domains of effective action. Your writing during these Reigando years increasingly focuses on such translations between apparently separate fields of human endeavor. Midday brings simple nourishment, food provided by local villagers who consider supporting your retreat a form of merit-making. Their regular deliveries left respectfully at designated distance from the cave entrance to honor your preference for solitude. Today's offering includes mountain vegetables, preserved plums, rice balls wrapped in persimmon leaf, and a flask of spring water from a source known for its exceptional purity. You eat mindfully, appreciating the connection to human community, maintained through this simple exchange despite your physical seclusion. Though direct interaction with others has diminished during these cave-dwelling years, awareness of interconnection has only deepened, recognizing how even apparent solitude exists within networks of relationship that extend from immediate surroundings to universal conditions. Afternoon typically brings artistic practice, painting or calligraphy depending on materials available and physical capacity on particular days. Your artistic style during this final period has evolved toward remarkable economy, each brushstroke carrying maximum significance, empty space playing increasingly integral role in overall composition, balance between form and formlessness, approaching perfect expression. Today's painting emerges from morning observation of mist moving through valleys visible from the cave entrance. Not literal representation, but essential capturing of how substantiality and insubstantiality interweave, how form emerges from emptiness and returns to it, how boundaries both exist and don't exist, depending on perspective. Few brushstrokes suggest mountains partially obscured by mist, creating composition where what remains unpainted contributes as significantly as what receives ink. As afternoon transitions toward evening, you sometimes receive visitors, selected, students permitted to make the journey to Reigundo, occasional government officials maintaining respectful communication on behalf of lords who value your strategic insight, local monks whose spiritual practice finds complementary expression to your own approach to illumination through discipline. Today brings no visitors, allowing extended period of quiet contemplation as shadows lengthen across the cave entrance. Seated in position perfected through decades of meditation practice, breathing steady despite the occasional discomfort that has become your constant companion, you observe both external changes in light and internal fluctuations of sensation, with the same quality of attention, neither preferring one state over another, nor resisting what naturally arises and passes. This equanimity, this ability to remain perfectly present with experience as it actually occurs, rather than as preference might wish it to be, represents the maturation of understanding cultivated throughout your lifetime. What began as practical necessity in combat situations where emotional distortion could prove fatal has evolved into comprehensive orientation toward all experience, where clear perception reveals reality beyond conventional categories of desirable or undesirable. Evening brings cooling air flowing into the cave, carrying scents of pine resin, distant flowering plants, mineral qualities of surrounding rock. You light a single oil lamp whose flame creates shifting patterns of illumination and shadow across the cave's interior surfaces. This interplay of light and darkness offers another expression of principles articulated in your writings, how apparent opposites reveal themselves as complementary aspects of unified reality when perceived without conceptual division. Before sleep claims you, final activity often involves brief writing in what will become known as dokodo, the way of walking alone, a distillation of essential principles discovered throughout your lifetime, expressed as concise statements addressing fundamental orientation toward experience rather than specific techniques or practices. Tonight's edition emerges from reflection on impermanence witnessed through your body's gradual decline alongside continued mental clarity. Accept everything just the way it is. This simple statement encompasses profound understanding, not passive resignation to circumstances, but active engagement with reality as it actually presents itself rather than as conceptual frameworks might categorize it. Accepting things just the way they are opens possibility for effective response based on clear perception rather than response distorted by preference for how things should be. As the lamp burns lower, its flame occasionally flickering with air currents moving through the cave, you arrange simple bedding, straw mat covered with worn but clean cloth, wooden headrest worn smooth through years of use. Physical discomfort has become familiar companion during sleep as during waking hours, neither welcomed nor rejected, but simply included within awareness that encompasses all experience without division into separate categories of acceptable or unacceptable. Dreams come and go through restless sleep, images from decades of varied experience flowing like underground streams that occasionally surface into consciousness before disappearing again into depths. Sword encounters from youth, strategic discussions with lords during middle years, artistic demonstrations from more recent times, all appear without chronological sequence or categorical separation, different expressions of the same lifetime, viewed from perspective that transcends conventional divisions. Morning arrives with first light once again filtering through the cave entrance. Despite increasing physical fragility, discipline maintains your established rhythm, gentle movement, seated meditation, writing or painting according to day's particular capacity. This adherence to form without rigid attachment to it exemplifies the balance between structure and spontaneity that has characterized your mature understanding, recognizing how effectiveness emerges from dynamic equilibrium between apparent opposites rather than from choosing one at the expense of the other. Weeks pass in this manner, each day both complete in itself and connected to the continuing flow of experience. Physical decline progresses steadily, breath becoming more labored, movements more measured, periods of rest more frequent and necessary. Yet mental clarity remains undiminished, even enhanced by the focusing effect of physical limitation, like light passing through narrower opening to achieve greater intensity. The Dokodo gradually approaches completion, 21 principles, distilled from lifetime experience, each statement both simple in expression and profound in implication, together creating pathway accessible to those prepared to verify through direct experience rather than merely intellectualize as concept. Visitors report increasing interest in your written works among both martial practitioners and governmental advisors throughout Japan. The Book of Five Rings has begun circulating among selected recipients, its practical wisdom resonating with those thoughtful enough to recognize that principles discovered through martial discipline apply across all domains requiring strategic effectiveness. Your artistic works, paintings and calligraphy created throughout later decades, have likewise attracted serious attention among collectors and connoisseurs capable of appreciating their unusual integration of technical mastery and intuitive freedom. Several significant pieces have found their way into collections maintained by daimyo and wealthy merchants, ensuring their preservation for future generations. As your 64th year progresses, physical symptoms intensify, breathing becomes increasingly difficult, periods of clear consciousness alternate with episodes of feverish disorientation, capacity for sustained activity diminishes toward brief intervals between necessary rest. Local physicians offer what limited assistance their understanding permits, primarily herbs to ease discomfort rather than interventions that might alter the fundamental progression. Throughout this physical decline, you maintain remarkable equanimity, neither clinging to continuing life nor hastening toward death, neither denying discomfort nor being defined by it, remaining present with each moment's actual experience rather than projecting preference or aversion onto naturally unfolding process. This equanimity manifests most clearly in continuing work on final manuscripts despite increasing difficulty. The brush sometimes trembles in your hand, requiring additional concentration to form characters with desired precision. Periods of writing become shorter, interspersed with necessary rest. Yet, quality of attention brought to each brush stroke remains unchanged, the same complete presence, the same integration of discipline and spontaneity, the same responsiveness to actual conditions rather than attachment to predetermined form. One particularly clear spring morning, seated near the cave entrance where light illuminates your writing table, you complete the final principle of the Dokodo, the 21st distillation of lifetime understanding: never stray from the way. With this statement, the brush comes to rest beside the completed manuscript. For several moments, breathing labored but steady, you contemplate these final words, recognizing how they simultaneously conclude specific document while pointing toward continuing journey that transcends any particular expression, any individual, lifetime, any conventional category of beginning or ending. The way itself, the fundamental reality that various disciplines, various practices, various traditions attempt to approach through their different methods, neither begins nor ends, neither increases nor decreases, neither appears nor disappears. Individual journeys along this way commence and conclude, but the way itself remains, like water flowing continuously, while particular waves arise and subside, like sky continuing unchanged, while clouds form and dissolve as spring advances toward summer. Your physical condition continues its natural progression toward conclusion. Periods of clarity alternate with episodes of disconnection, moments of remarkable lucidity emerging between stretches of fevered confusion. Throughout these fluctuations, the discipline cultivated throughout lifetime maintains optimal conditions for whatever experience naturally occurs, neither grasping at pleasant states nor rejecting unpleasant ones, allowing each to arise and pass according to its own nature. Visitors during this period include several senior students who have themselves become teachers, carrying forward your approach in various regions throughout Japan. Their presence requires no elaborate explanation or final instructions, the transmission having occurred not through words alone, but through direct demonstration, through quality of presence exemplified rather than merely described, through understanding verified in practical application rather than accepted as abstract theory. Continue questioning rather than preserving answers, you tell one particularly dedicated student during moment of exceptional clarity. What I have discovered required my own investigation. What you discover will require yours. The form may differ, while the essential insight remains consistent, like water taking shape of different containers while maintaining its fundamental nature. Local monks also visit occasionally, their spiritual practice finding complementary expression to your own approach, despite different terminology, different methods, different cultural frameworks. One elderly Zen practitioner sits in silent meditation beside your resting place for several hours, neither offering platitudes nor seeking final wisdom, simply sharing quality of awareness that transcends distinction between self and other, between this life and what may follow, between conventional categories that divide unified experience into separate domains. As May gives way to June, physical symptoms intensify toward their natural conclusion. Breathing becomes increasingly labored, periods of clear consciousness briefer and less frequent, capacity for independent movement gradually diminishing toward stillness. Throughout this transition, the awareness cultivated throughout lifetime maintains its essential quality, present with experience as it actually occurs, neither adding nor subtracting through conceptual overlay, neither clinging nor rejecting through emotional distortion. On the morning of June 13th in 1645, your 65th year, according to traditional counting, consciousness clarifies one final time, like sun momentarily emerging from clouds before setting beyond the horizon. Seated in meditative posture, maintained through final determination, despite body's weakness, breathing steady though shallow, awareness perfectly clear and spacious, you experience direct recognition of what has always been true, yet often obscured by conventional perception, that life and death are not opposed states but complementary expressions of the same reality, different perspectives on unified process that encompasses both without being limited to either. With this recognition, not as intellectual concept, but as directly perceived reality, breath gradually subsides like wind, diminishing at day's end. The body that has served as vehicle for remarkable journey gradually relaxes into stillness, releasing its temporary organization back into elements from which it formed. Life concludes not as tragedy or victory, but as natural completion, like brush, reaching end of prepared paper, like wave returning to ocean from which it arose. In the cave of Reigando, where ancient rock has witnessed countless cycles of emergence and dissolution, your physical form completes its journey. The remarkable swordsman, the insightful strategist, the accomplished artist, the profound philosopher returning to sourceless source from which all forms arise and to which all eventually return. Yet, what has been transmitted through this particular life continues flowing forward. through written manuscripts preserved by dedicated students, through artistic works maintained by appreciative collectors, through strategic insights integrated into governance and military practices, through philosophical understanding verified and extended by subsequent seekers on similar paths, the cave itself becomes part of this legacy, a place of pilgrimage for those drawn to your understanding, a physical location that becomes increasingly significant as temporal distance transforms historical figure into legendary presence. Yet even this transformation occurs within context of the very principles you articulated, that reality transcends the names and forms we assign to it, that understanding verified through direct experience matters more than reputation accumulated through cultural processes. Outside Regando, nature continues its eternal cycles, seasons advancing from spring toward summer, rain falling on mountains and valleys without discrimination, birds singing neither more nor less melodiously than before, trees continuing their slow growth through processes that operate regardless of human categories like birth and death, beginning and ending, presence and absence. Within this continuing flow of natural process, your journey as Miyamoto Musashi, swordsman, strategist, artist, philosopher, completes its unique expression while the understanding discovered through this particular life continues flowing forward, joining greater current that transcends individual identity while including it, like tributary returning to river, like river returning to sea, like water evaporating to form clouds that will eventually return as rain to continue cycle that has neither absolute beginning nor absolute end. And thus concludes this particular wave within ocean of existence, this remarkable life that discovered, through dedicated exploration principles that apply across all domains of human endeavor, this journey that revealed through specific path insights that illuminate all paths, this individual expression that manifested through unique form understanding that transcends all forms while flowing continuously through them, like water finding its way through infinite variation while maintaining its essential nature. Cherry blossoms drift through spring air, their delicate petals spiraling downward in gentle descent. 2 centuries have passed since your mortal journey concluded in Reigando's sheltering embrace. Yet in this moment, this eternally present now, you continue walking the path that transcends conventional boundaries of life and death, presence and absence, being and non-being. This continuation manifests not through supernatural extension of individual existence, but through the natural unfolding of influence, the principles you discovered flowing through subsequent generations like underground streams nourishing soil far from their original source, the understanding you articulated finding new expression through individuals who verify through their own experience what you verified through yours. From vantage point beyond time's linear progression, you witness how the seeds planted during your physical lifetime continue germinating, growing, bearing fruit according to conditions they encounter, sometimes visibly acknowledged, sometimes operating beneath recognition, always maintaining essential nature, regardless of specific form, through which they express. The Book of 5 Rings travels paths you could not have anticipated during its creation. Initially preserved and transmitted primarily among martial practitioners, its principles gradually find application in domains seemingly remote from swordsmanship, military strategy at organizational scale, commercial negotiation between competing interests, personal development for individuals seeking effectiveness beyond technical proficiency. Particularly during Japan's opening to Western influence in centuries following your lifetime, this written legacy crosses boundaries of language and culture, translated into English, French, German, Russian, and eventually dozens of other tongues, studied by military strategists in distant nations, adapted by business leaders seeking competitive advantage, integrated into personal development approaches for those who may never handle actual sword, yet recognize that principles discovered through martial discipline apply to challenges requiring similar qualities of perception, decision, and action. The Dokodo, those 21 principles distilled from lifetime experience, likewise transcends its original context to speak directly to individuals separated by vast distances of time, space, and cultural framework. Its concise articulation of fundamental orientation toward experience resonates with those who recognize that effective living requires clear perception, undistorted by conventional assumptions, emotional reactivity, or conceptual limitation. Your artistic legacy follows different yet parallel trajectory, paintings and calligraphy preserved by collectors, eventually finding their way into institutional collections, where they influence subsequent generations of artists drawn to their unusual integration of technical mastery and intuitive freedom. Their remarkable economy that achieves maximum expression through minimum means. Their perfect balance between structure and spontaneity that reflects comprehensive understanding applied through specific discipline. The Niton Ichi Ryu approach to swordsmanship, the two heavens as one methodology, continues through lineages established by senior students, adapting to changing circumstances while maintaining essential principles. As Japan transitions through historical periods where practical application of sword techniques becomes increasingly rare, this legacy evolves from combat methodology toward cultivational practice, a way of developing qualities of awareness, decisiveness, an integrated response that serve practitioners regardless of whether they ever face actual combat. Beyond these specific expressions of your lifetime work, something more fundamental continues flowing through subsequent generations, an approach to understanding itself, a way of discovering through direct experience rather than inherited doctrine, a method that values principles verified through practical application above concepts accepted through theoretical agreement. This meta-legacy, this transmission of how to discover rather than merely what has been discovered, represents your most significant continuing influence, operating often unrecognized yet fundamentally present wherever individuals value direct perception above conventional assumption, practical effectiveness above theoretical elegance, living understanding above preserved form. From perspective beyond temporal limitation, you observe how this influence manifests through specific individuals who, though perhaps unaware of explicit connection, embody similar approach to understanding. Those who test inherited wisdom against direct experience, who maintain beginner's mind while developing advanced skill, who recognize principles operating beneath surface appearances seemingly unrelated until deeper patterns reveal themselves. Some of these individuals consciously acknowledge connection, explicitly studying your written works, deliberately applying principles articulated through your experience to their own domains. Others arrive at similar understanding through entirely different paths, their recognition of fundamental patterns emerging through their own disciplined exploration rather than through transmitted teaching. The way itself, the underlying reality, to which various disciplines, various traditions, various practices attempt to provide access, remains constant regardless of specific approaches through which individuals attempt its discovery. Like water accepting coloration of different containers while maintaining essential nature, this fundamental reality expresses itself through countless variations while preserving consistent properties recognizable to those who develop appropriate perception. Cherry blossoms continue falling, their ephemeral beauty demonstrating one of the central insights permeating your understanding that impermanence itself constitutes not limitation to be overcome, but reality to be embraced, that perfect action emerges from complete acceptance of transience rather than from resistance to it. That beauty reaches fullest expression precisely through acknowledgement of its temporary nature. As centuries continue unfolding, Japan itself transforms through multiple historical phases, the extended Tokugawa peace giving way to Meiji Restoration, traditional isolation yielding to international engagement, military ambition leading toward devastating defeat, subsequent economic development producing material prosperity alongside spiritual questioning. Throughout these transformations, the understanding articulated through your life continues finding relevance, sometimes explicitly recognized, sometimes operating beneath awareness, always available to those prepared to verify through their own experience what you verified through yours. Global civilization likewise evolves through tumultuous changes, technological development accelerating beyond anything imaginable during your physical lifetime, communication extending across planetary boundaries with instantaneous facilitation, warfare transforming from individual combat to mechanized destruction to digital disruption. Yet, even amid these radical alterations of external circumstance, the principles discovered through your disciplined exploration maintain their relevance, the relationship between perception and effective action remaining constant regardless of specific context in which this relationship expresses itself. From vantage point beyond conventional limitations of individual existence, you witness how understanding flows continuously forward like river, finding its way through changing landscapes, sometimes flowing openly across receptive terrain, sometimes moving underground through resistant areas, sometimes pooling temporarily in reflective spaces, always maintaining essential nature, regardless of specific form, its movement takes within particular temporal and cultural context. This continuing influence manifests not as supernatural extension of personal identity, but as natural expression of reality itself, the principles discovered during your lifetime reflecting not merely personal invention, but recognition of patterns inherent within existence, patterns that remain available for rediscovery by each new generation willing to engage in disciplined exploration, guided by direct perception rather than conventional assumption. The cherry blossoms complete their descent, gathering in delicate drifts upon the ground, where they will shortly return to elements from which they formed, their beauty not diminished, but actually enhanced by this visible demonstration of impermanence, their meaning separate from but constituted by their ephemeral nature. This natural cycle, emergence, expression, dissolution, renewal, continues regardless of human categories imposed upon seamless process, regardless of conceptual boundaries drawn across undivided reality. From this eternal perspective, this viewpoint beyond conventional limitations of temporal progression, all moments of your physical journey remain simultaneously present. The young Benosuke observing swordsman with unusual intensity, the teenage survivor walking away from Sekigahara's chaos with deepened understanding, the mature master demonstrating principles through both martial and artistic expression, the aging philosopher articulating lifetime insights through carefully crafted manuscripts. These moments, though appearing sequential within conventional understanding of time, exist as integrated wholeness from perspective that transcends such limitation. Different expressions of unified journey rather than separate segments of linear progression, different facets of single crystal reflecting light according to angle of observation rather than distinct entities requiring separate categorization. Similarly, influences flowing from your physical lifetime into subsequent centuries exist not as sequential transmission through linear time, but as continuous expression, unfolding through varying contexts according to receptivity encountered, like light radiating in all directions simultaneously, finding reflection or absorption depending on surfaces it encounters, without its essential nature being altered by specific responses it receives. This eternal perspective, this viewpoint beyond conventional limitations of individual existence, reveals that what continues after physical conclusion is neither supernatural extension of personality nor abstract preservation of disembodied teaching. but natural manifestation of reality itself expressing through forms that arise and dissolve, while principles operating through these forms remain consistent regardless of specific manifestations through which they temporarily appear. The understanding, articulated through your lifetime, that effectiveness emerges from direct perception, undistorted by conventional assumption, that apparent opposites reveal themselves as complementary aspects of unified reality when seen with clear awareness, that principles discovered through disciplined exploration of specific domain apply across all domains governed by the same fundamental patterns, continues flowing forward not as possession transmitted from one owner to another, but as recognition available to all who develop capacity for seeing reality as it actually presents itself, rather than merely as conventional. Frameworks categorize it. Cherry trees will blossom again next spring, their flowers emerging, expressing, falling, returning in eternal cycle that neither begins nor ends, but simply continues its natural movement through forms that appear and dissolve while pattern generating these forms remains constant. Similarly, the understanding articulated through your lifetime continues manifesting through individuals who discover through their own experience what you discovered through yours. Not identical in expression, but consistent in essence. Not reproduction of form, but recognition of principle. Not preservation of answers, but continuation of questioning that leads toward direct perception of reality beyond conventional limitation. From this eternal perspective, this viewpoint that encompasses without being constrained by temporal progression, your legacy reveals itself not as historical artifact preserved within boundaries of particular era, but as living current continuously, flowing through changing landscapes, sometimes visible on surface, sometimes moving underground, always maintaining essential nature regardless of specific form through which it temporarily expresses. The way of walking alone, that path articulated through 21 principles distilled from lifetime experience, continues offering guidance not as rigid doctrine requiring adherence, but as invitation to direct discovery requiring personal verification. Those who encounter these principles across centuries of temporal distance find not historical curiosity, but living wisdom that addresses fundamental orientation toward experience itself. How to perceive clearly, decide appropriately, act effectively, regardless of specific circumstances in which perception, decision, and action occur. This orientation, this approach to experience that values direct perception above inherited assumption, practical verification above theoretical agreement, principles above techniques, constitutes your most significant continuing influence, operating often unrecognized yet fundamentally present, wherever individuals choose clear seeing over comfortable, believing, living understanding over preserved form, continuous questioning over settled conclusion. As cherry blossoms complete their descent to gather in delicate drifts that will shortly return to elements from which they formed, this natural demonstration of emergence, expression, dissolution, and renewal reflects the very understanding articulated through your lifetime, that impermanence constitutes not limitation, but essential nature of all phenomena. That effectiveness emerges from acceptance rather than resistance to this fundamental reality. That true mastery involves perfect accordance with natural principles rather than imposition of artificial constructs upon them. From eternal perspective, beyond conventional limitations of individual existence, the journey that became known as Miyamoto Musashi continues unfolding, not as supernatural extension of personal identity, but as natural expression of understanding that transcends yet includes the particular form through which it temporarily manifested, like wave returning to ocean from which it arose, while ocean itself continues generating new waves in endless variation according to conditions it encounters. And thus the way extends beyond physical lifetime, beyond historical era, beyond cultural context, not as preserved artifact requiring protection, but as living current requiring participation, not as answered question, but as continuing inquiry, not as concluded journey, but as eternal path available. To all who choose direct perception over conventional assumption, practical verification over theoretical acceptance, living understanding over preserved form. The cherry blossoms rest gently upon ground that will receive their returning elements, their beauty complete precisely through demonstration of impermanence rather than despite it. Similarly, the understanding articulated through your lifetime achieves its fullest expression, not through permanent preservation, but through continuous renewal, each generation discovering through its own experience principles that remain constant, while forms through which they express continuously transform according to conditions they encounter. This eternal spring, this continuous renewal that transcends yet includes the cycle of emergence and dissolution, constitutes not supernatural extension, but natural expression of the very understanding discovered through your disciplined exploration, that reality itself exists beyond conventional categories while manifesting through them, that the way neither begins nor ends, but simply continues its flowing movement through forms that arise and pass, while pattern generating these forms remains constant regardless of specific manifestation, through which it temporarily appears. And so the journey continues, the path extends, the way unfolds, eternally present within each moment for those who develop capacity to perceive directly rather than merely through conventional filters, eternally accessible to all who choose. Disciplined exploration over comfortable assumption, eternally renewing itself through individuals who verify through their own experience what you verified through yours. That effectiveness in any domain emerges from clear perception of reality as it actually presents itself rather than as conceptual frameworks categorize it. That apparent opposites reveal themselves as complementary aspects of unified whole when, seen with undivided awareness that principles discovered through dedicated practice transcend the specific forms through which they temporarily express. Cherry blossoms will return with next spring's warming, emerging from branches that appear
lifeless during winter's waiting.
Similarly, the understanding articulated through your lifetime continues finding new expression through individuals separated by vast distances of time, space, and cultural context, yet connected through recognition of patterns that transcend such boundaries, the relationship between perception and effective action remaining constant regardless of specific circumstances in which this relationship manifests. This eternal continuation, this unending unfolding that transcends conventional limitations of individual existence, represents not supernatural exception to natural law, but perfect accordance with it. Not mysterious extension beyond physical conclusion, but natural expression of reality itself, operating through temporary forms that arise and dissolve, while principles operating through these forms remain available for continuous rediscovery. By all who develop capacity for seeing clearly what has always been present, yet often remains unrecognized amid distractions of conventional assumption, emotional reactivity, and conceptual limitation. From perspective beyond time's linear progression, the path that became known as Miyamoto Musashi continues extending into infinite horizon, not as historical legacy requiring preservation, but as living invitation requiring participation, not as answered question but as continuing inquiry, not as completed journey but as eternal way available in each moment to all who choose direct perception over inherited assumption, practical verification over theoretical agreement, living understanding over preserved form. And thus concludes, yet continues, this particular expression within infinite ongoing process, this remarkable journey that discovered through disciplined exploration principles operating across all domains of effective action. This individual path that revealed through specific experience insights applicable to all experience, this unique wave within ocean of existence that demonstrated through its own arising, expression, and returning the very understanding it articulated, through sword and brush, through word and deed, through living and dying, that reality itself transcends, yet includes all temporary forms through which it expresses, flowing continuously like water, finding its way through endless variation, while maintaining essential nature regardless of specific channels through which it momentarily moves. If insomnia is keeping you up tonight, you're not alone, and I truly understand how that feels. At least your favorite historian was here to keep you company with some timeless tales and fascinating figures. I like to mix in a bit of everything. Ancient empires, strange events, forgotten rulers. So there's always something to distract the mind and ease you into rest. It's late now, so close your eyes when you're ready. I've got a cozy fire crackling
and a warm cup of tea by my side. Until next time, sweet dreams and good night.